What unseen forces shaped the destinies of ancient African kingdoms, cloaked in whispers and legends that still echo through time? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over emerald savannas, the air crackled with an otherworldly energy. Beneath the surface of everyday life, mythical creatures roamed, their presence felt but rarely seen. Fierce protectors of the realm, they were guardians of secrets, wielders of power, and fulfillers of ancient prophecies. In the kingdom of Kush, where pyramids reached toward the stars, tales spoke of the majestic Mokele Mbembe, a serpent-like giant, rumored to dwell in the murky depths of the Nile. Mothers warned their children to stay close, for the river held not just fish but the spirit of the ancient world, ready to strike at those who dared to disrespect its majesty. As the villagers gathered, their voices hushed, a collective fear settled like a heavy mist. They knew that the balance of their kingdom depended on appeasing this unseen guardian. Meanwhile, in the dense jungles of the Congo, the legend of the Nganga loomed large. This shape-shifting creature was said to emerge under the cloak of night, eyes gleaming with a fierce intelligence. Warriors who sought its counsel were blessed with victory, but those who approached with greed found themselves lost to the shadows, never to return. They had learned the hard way. Respect was the only currency that mattered in a world where magic intertwined with reality. The air was thick with tension. A storm was brewing, and the echoes of impending conflict resonated throughout the land. In the distant plains of the great Zimbabwe, stories swirled about the chimera, part lion, part snake, all wrath. It lay in wait, a fierce protector of the gold-laden hills, demanding tribute from those who sought its treasures. Farmers whispered prayers for protection, for they knew that the very existence of their kingdom hung in the balance. As the drums of war began to sound, the question lingered in the air. Would the chimera rise to defend them, or would it turn its ferocity against those it once protected? Every corner of Africa pulsed with the heartbeat of these mythical beasts, each one more than a figment of imagination. They were the embodiment of the land's resilience and wrath. As foreign invaders cast their greedy eyes upon these treasured realms, ancient secrets began to stir. Kings and queens, wise yet desperate, called upon these legendary guardians, their fates intertwined in a deadly dance of survival. With each tick of the clock, the stories grew darker, the shadows more pronounced. Would the legendary protectors rise in this hour of need, or would their silence signal doom? The air thickened with anticipation as history teetered on the brink of chaos. The tapestry of life was woven with the threads of myth and reality, and all that was needed was a single spark to ignite the flames of fate. Beneath the vast, star-speckled sky of ancient Africa, where the warm winds whisper through the baobab trees, the people gathered around flickering fires. They leaned in closer, their faces illuminated by the flames, eyes wide with wonder, as the elders began to weave tales that danced between the realms of reality and the extraordinary. In these moments, the air was heavy with magic, and the stories were not mere words but the very threads of existence itself. They held the power to shape destinies, to explain the unexplainable, and to connect souls across generations. The origins of African mythology stretch back thousands of years, entwined with the very fabric of the continent's diverse cultures. From the deserts of the Sahara to the jungles of the Congo, each region birthed its own pantheon of gods and legends, each story echoing the rhythms of the earth and the heartbeat of the people. These myths were not just tales. They were the lifeblood of communities, binding families together and providing guidance through the trials of life. In the land where the Nile flows, the ancient Egyptians crafted a complex tapestry of gods like Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Isis, the goddess of motherhood. They believed in a world where the living and the dead could communicate, where the soul embarked on a journey through the Duat, the underworld, facing trials and tribulations that mirrored life itself. Hieroglyphs carved into stone told stories of creation, of Ra rising each day in his solar boat, illuminating the world and reminding people of the divine order that governed their lives. Traveling southward, the Ashanti people of Ghana shared tales of Anansi, the clever spider who turned the mundane into the miraculous. Anansi was more than just a trickster. He embodied the spirit of resilience and adaptability. His stories taught lessons of humility, wit, and the importance of community. Each tale was a thread in the larger fabric of Ashanti culture, reminding them of their identity and the values they held dear. Across the Atlantic coast, the Yoruba of Nigeria revered a multitude of deities known as the Orisha. These vibrant figures, like Shango, the god of thunder, and Oshun, the goddess of love and fertility, were not just distant figures. They were intertwined with everyday life. Each festival was a vivid celebration of their existence, filled with music, dance, and prayers that transcended the boundaries of the physical world. The Yoruba believed that their ancestors lived on within them, guiding them, whispering wisdom through the rustling leaves and the flowing rivers. In the vast savannas, the Maasai people of Kenya and Tanzania stood tall, their identity steeped in legends of bravery and kinship. They told stories of Enkai, the god of creation, who gifted them with cattle, a symbol of wealth and life. Their myths were a testament to their relationship with nature, illustrating the balance between humanity and the wild, where the lion's roar echoed the strength of their spirit and the grazing herds reflected their harmony with the land. The pygmies of the Ituri forest sang of the spirits of the forest, spirits that danced among the trees and guided their every step. To them, the forest was a living being, a nurturing mother that provided sustenance and protection. They believed in the power of dreams and visions, where the spirit world intertwined with their own, creating a symphony of life that resonated in every heartbeat. Their stories spoke of shared wisdom, bridging the gap between the seen and unseen, reminding all that nothing exists in isolation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air thickened with anticipation. The tales of heroes and tricksters, the struggles and triumphs, resonated with everyone gathered by the fire. It was a sacred moment when the past, present, and future converged, and every flicker of the flame reflected the hopes and fears of the people. The rhythms of drums echoed in the night, creating a heartbeat that resonated in their chests, a collective pulse that connected them all. With each story, the listeners would nod in understanding, their hearts swelling with pride and sorrow, joy and yearning. They realized that within these myths lay the essence of their being, their fears, their aspirations, their very humanity. The tales were a tapestry woven with emotions, where laughter mixed with tears, and every twist of fate invited reflection. But just as dawn must chase away the darkness, new challenges arose. The arrival of foreign influences brought waves of change, threatening to wash away the ancient traditions. The colonizers sought to erase the rich narratives, dismissing them as mere superstition. Yet, like the resilient baobab tree, African mythology stood firm, its roots deep in the earth, drawing strength from the very soil that had nurtured it for centuries. In secret gatherings, the songs continued, echoing through the valleys and reaching the ears of those who would listen. The myths transformed, adapting to the new realities while clinging to their core essence. They became not just stories of the past, but blueprints for the future, guiding the oppressed towards liberation, resilience, and hope. The elders imparted wisdom, showing the younger generations that they could draw from these ancient wells, that their heritage was a source of strength. As time flowed forward like a river, the myths became intertwined with new narratives. They found their way into the art, music, and literature of the continent, transforming once more, remaining ever relevant in a world that was constantly in flux. From the rhythms of traditional drumming to the vibrant colors of African paintings, Every expression became a celebration of the enduring spirit of mythology that infused every aspect of life. The flames flickered, casting dancing shadows as the stories continued to unfold. The stars above seemed to blink knowingly, as if they were the guardians of these ancient tales. Each tale, rich with emotion and history, beckoned the listener to lean in closer, to feel the weight of their ancestors pressing down on their shoulders, urging them to carry forth the stories that shaped their identities. The air crackled with possibility, and the past whispered through the winds, inviting them to step forward into an uncertain future where the echoes of myth would continue to resonate through the ages, transcending time and space, breathing life into the very essence of what it meant to be human in a world that is ever evolving. A flicker of movement caught the eye of the village elder as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the ground. He paused, his heart quickening, a shiver racing down his spine. The air was thick with stories untold, secrets woven into the fabric of the night. How many times had the children gathered around him, eyes wide with wonder, as he spun tales of mythical creatures that roamed the earth and sky? Stories of beings that were more than mere figments of imagination. They were the guardians and guides, the reminders of the balance between man and nature. In every corner of Africa, from the vast savannas of the Serengeti to the lush forests of the Congo, mythical creatures held a special place in the hearts and minds of the people. They were not just characters in bedtime stories. They were living symbols of hope, fear, and the unknown. In this world, the powerful Nkanyamba, the serpent believed to control storms, could be seen gliding through the skies, stirring tempests with its sinuous body. When the rains failed, villagers would whisper prayers, calling upon its strength to bring life back to their parched fields. The mere mention of its name sent ripples of both dread and reverence through the community, for they understood that nature's fury could just as easily bring destruction as it could nourish. In the shadowy corners of the night, there lived the mischievous trickster, the trickster god Anansi. With a flick of his spider-like limbs, he spun tales that taught moral lessons, reminding the people that wisdom often comes from the most unexpected places. On moonlit nights, children would gather close, wrapping themselves in the warmth of their elders as they listened intently to tales of Anansi's cunning escapades. Laughter would fill the air, but there was an undercurrent of tension. Each story served as a reminder of the lessons learned, of the consequences that came from greed and folly. Among the rivers and mountains of Africa, the Mokalembembe, the legendary dinosaur-like creature, loomed large in the folklore of the Congo. Many claimed to have seen its massive form gliding just beneath the surface of the water, a guardian of the wild, a protector of the sacred places. Fishermen, with nets cast wide, spoke in hushed tones of encounters so close they could almost feel the creature's breath. Fear mingled with respect as they navigated the waters, ever mindful of the unseen protector that ruled the depths. The tales of Mokalembembe bonded the community together, serving as a cautionary reminder of the power of nature and the respect it demanded. As the story of the eland unfolded, the gentle giant of the African plains became more than just an animal. It transformed into a sacred symbol. Many tribes believed that these magnificent creatures carried the spirits of ancestors, guiding them through life's challenges. The sight of an eland, majestic and serene, could silence a bustling village, drawing attention to the spiritual connection that coursed through the land. Offerings were made, rituals performed, as the people sought blessings and guidance from those who had walked the earth before them. In moments of turmoil, when the weight of existence felt unbearable, the mere presence of an eland could evoke tears of relief and gratitude. But not all mythical beings brought comfort. The Asanbosam, a creature of fear and darkness, lurked in the shadows, its iron teeth glistening in the moonlight. Legends told of its ability to ensnare the unwary, dragging them into the depths of the forest, never to be seen again. Parents warned their children of the dangers that lay beyond the village, whispering tales of the Asan Bosum to keep them close to home. The fear was palpable, wrapping around the hearts of those who listened, serving as a powerful reminder of the thin line between safety and the unknown. In the deserts of the Sahara, the legends of the Barghest, a phantom dog, roamed freely, its howls echoing through the night. Travelers spoke of the creature as a harbinger of doom, a signal that the harsh environment was not to be trifled with. With every chilling wail, hearts raced, breaths quickened, and eyes darted to the horizon, searching for signs of safety. The Barghest was a warning, a test of courage for those who dared to wander too far from the familiar. As the stories wove together, they painted a rich tapestry of life in Africa. Families would gather under the stars, lost in the warmth of the fire's glow, exchanging tales that transcended generations. Each story was an anchor, grounding them in their history, culture, and shared identity. The mythical creatures embodied lessons learned through hardship, joy, and celebration. They were not merely tales to entertain. They were threads that bound the community together, uniting them in belief, respect, and reverence. Emotions swirled like the winds that carried the whispers of ancients. Laughter mixed with tears, joy mingled with sorrow. The air crackled with the energy of belief, of an unbreakable bond between the seen and the unseen. Children, eyes wide with wonder, clung to every word, minds racing with the possibilities of a world filled with magic and mystery. As night fell deeper, the elder leaned closer to the flickering firelight, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. The glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes as he prepared to share a secret about a creature that had never been spoken of before. A guardian that watched over lost souls and guided them home through the darkest of nights. The anticipation in the air was electric, a collective breath held in suspense. The children leaned in, shoulders brushing, faces alight with eagerness as they sensed the power of the tale to come, a connection threading through time and space, drawing them ever closer to the heart of their shared heritage. In the shadow of the ancient pyramids, where the Nile flows like a silver ribbon through the desert, the air crackled with an unseen energy. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced to the rhythm of the evening breeze. The people of Egypt whispered tales of the serpent gods, creatures of unimaginable power that coiled through time and space, guardians of the life-giving river that breathed vitality into their world. Among them, Amunet stood at the riverbank, her heart racing with an unexplainable thrill. She had always felt the pulse of the Nile, a heartbeat that echoed in her bones, but tonight was different. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, a sign that something ancient was stirring beneath its surface. She caught a glimpse of the serpent god, Wadjet, slithering through the reeds, its emerald scales glinting in the dying light. Legends said that these gods could grant wisdom and fortune to those pure of heart, yet they demanded respect and reverence in return. As Amunet watched, a sudden chill swept over her. The wind whispered secrets, rustling the leaves and stirring the water, and she could hear the murmurs of her ancestors. They spoke of the time when the serpent gods ruled the Nile with both benevolence and fury, their forms shifting like shadows in the moonlight. They had been protectors, ensuring the river flooded at just the right time, bringing life to the thirsty land. But they were also harbingers of destruction, unleashing their wrath when disrespected. In the ancient city of Thebes, where the people thrived under the watchful gaze of the gods, tales of the serpent gods were etched into stone. The grand temples bore murals depicting the fierce protector, Sobek, with his crocodilian head, rising from the waters. He was a god of fertility and strength, embodying the might of the Nile itself. The priests prayed fervently, offering gifts of freshly caught fish and fragrant oils, hoping to curry favor with a being who could just as easily swallow cities whole as he could bless them with abundance. But the gods were fickle. A drought had settled in, turning the fields to dust. The people, once joyous and hopeful, now wore worry etched into their faces. Whispers filled the air, growing louder with each passing day. The serpent gods had turned their gaze away, and the hushed fear of retribution wrapped around Amunet's heart like a vice. In the depths of the Nile, the serpent gods listened. They were not just mythical creatures but embodiments of the very river that sustained Egypt. Their presence was felt in every ripple, in every fish that swam beneath the surface. Each wave carried stories of triumph and despair. Their whispers floated to the surface where the living could hear. But to listen meant to heed their call, and few understood the price that came with such power. One fateful night, when the moon hung low and full, Amunet decided to confront her destiny. She slipped away from her home, guided by the glow of the moonlight reflecting off the water. Her heart pounded with every step. She felt the weight of generations behind her, urging her forward. As she reached the water's edge, the surface began to ripple, as if responding to her presence. "Wadjet," she called, her voice trembling but strong. "I seek your guidance." The water shimmered ominously, and from its depths a massive serpent emerged, its eyes glowing with a fierce intelligence. Amunet gasped at the sight, awe and terror intertwining within her chest. "Why do you summon me, child of the Nile?" The serpent hissed, its voice like silk over stone. "I seek to understand your will. The drought has stolen our hope. We face despair, and I wish to save my people." Each word dripped with sincerity, but the serpent's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing her very soul. "You desire to bargain with the gods?" Wadjet's voice echoed, a mix of curiosity and disdain. "What would you offer in exchange for my blessing?" Amunet hesitated, her mind racing. What did she possess that would appease a god? Her family's honor? Her own life? The lives of those she loved? The weight of the decision bore down upon her like the relentless sun above. "I will give you my strength," she finally whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "I will serve you, whatever the cost." With a flick of its tail, Wadjet disappeared beneath the surface, leaving Amunet trembling with both fear and exhilaration. The water began to swirl, and she felt herself being pulled into its depths. Her heart raced, and panic surged as she plunged into the cool embrace of the Nile. She was submerged, surrounded by darkness, and for a fleeting moment she felt as if she were drowning. But then the weight of the world lifted, and she was met with a blinding light. The serpent gods converged around her, their forms shifting and glimmering. They were magnificent, a tapestry woven from the very essence of life and death. As fear and wonder battled within her, Amunet realized she was in the presence of divine power. "Choose wisely, Amunet," a voice rang clear, echoing through the water like thunder. "The path you take will alter the fate of your people. Will you embrace the burden of the gods?" A flicker of determination ignited within her. She would not back down. She would not let her people suffer. "Yes," she proclaimed, her voice bold against the currents. "I embrace it." The serpent gods twisted around her, their scales brushing against her skin, leaving marks of fire and ice. They accepted her pledge, binding her to their will. The energy surged, and the water erupted into a violent explosion, sending waves crashing to the banks. The whispers of the gods filled her mind, a torrent of knowledge and power cascading through her. She could feel the pulse of the Nile like never before, a rhythm that echoed through her very soul. As she broke the surface, gasping for air, she understood that she was no longer merely Amunet. She had become a vessel for the serpent gods, a guardian of the Nile, and the weight of her decision settled heavily on her shoulders. With the moonlight glistening on her skin, Amunet turned back to the land she loved. The rippling waters whispered promises of renewal and destruction, and a storm brewed on the horizon. The balance of life was fragile, and the serpent gods had awakened. The world around her trembled with anticipation, and she knew she was on the cusp of something monumental. The Nile, with its sacred serpents, held mysteries untold, and as the winds howled, Amunet felt the call of destiny wrap around her like a shroud. She was ready to face whatever lay ahead, her heart a beacon of hope in a time of despair, a bridge between the gods and her people. The tale of the serpent gods was just beginning, and every ripple in the water foretold a greater story waiting to unfold. On a warm, golden afternoon in Ghana, children gathered beneath the sprawling branches of a great baobab tree. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity as they waited for the storyteller to arrive. The air hummed with anticipation, the promise of laughter and lessons lurking just beneath the surface. As the first words flowed from the storyteller's lips, a hush fell over the crowd, a spellbinding silence that hung heavy with the weight of tales yet to unfold. Anansi, the clever spider, danced across the stage of this ancient tale. His body, small and delicate, was adorned with glistening beady eyes that seemed to twinkle with secrets. Though he was but a spider, Anansi was known far and wide as the master of trickery and the keeper of wisdom. He was no ordinary creature. He was a legend in Ashanti folklore, a figure whose cunning surpassed that of any man. Children listened intently as the storyteller wove the threads of Anansi's exploits, each tale more thrilling than the last. One tale told of how Anansi tricked the sky god, Nyame. The sky god, powerful and proud, had claimed all the stories of the world as his own. But Anansi, ever ambitious, craved these stories. With a flick of his 8 legs, he devised a plan that would leave even the gods in awe. He approached Nyame with an offer that seemed outrageous. He would capture 3 of the fiercest creatures to win the tales. First, he sought the fearsome leopard. With a clever ruse, he lured the leopard into a trap, pretending to be caught in a sticky web. The leopard, curious and confident, pounced toward Anansi, only to find himself ensnared. The children gasped, their eyes wide as the storyteller described how Anansi danced around the trapped leopard, boasting of his cleverness. Next, he turned to the mighty python. Anansi spun a tale of a festival where the python would be crowned king. Eager to take part in the festivities, the python slithered toward Anansi, who had prepared a deep hole. With a swift movement, Anansi tricked the creature into falling inside, sealing it away. The air grew thick with suspense as the children leaned in closer, their hearts racing with the thrill of Anansi's cleverness. Finally, the crafty spider approached the ferocious lion. The storyteller's voice dropped to a whisper, and the children strained to hear. Anansi knew the lion was the king of beasts, and to outsmart him would be no easy task. He invited the lion to a contest of strength, claiming that whoever could roar the loudest would assert their dominance over the jungle. The lion, proud and noble, accepted the challenge. Anansi, however, had something else in mind. He fashioned a hollow log, concealing himself inside. When the lion roared, Anansi mimicked the sound from within the log, creating an echo that reverberated through the jungle. The lion, bewildered and proud, was tricked into believing that he was not the only king. Anansi emerged from his hiding place, laughing, and the children erupted with glee, their laughter ringing through the air. But Anansi's story didn't end there. He collected the stories of the world, but with each tale came a lesson, the understanding that wisdom often lies not in brute strength, but in cleverness and wit. He became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that even the smallest creature could outsmart the mightiest foe. Yet beneath the laughter, there lingered a question. Was it wise to trick those who held power? Some tales whispered of the consequences that followed Anansi's mischief, and the storyteller's tone grew somber. As dusk approached, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The children's expressions shifted from joy to contemplation. Anansi's tricks, while amusing, often left others in despair. With every lesson of cleverness, there was a shadow of caution. The children were entranced, their minds racing with thoughts of Anansi's cunning. They wondered if wisdom was truly worth the price of deceit. In the distance, a rustle of leaves drew their attention. It was the elders of the village, faces etched with lines of wisdom and experience. They, too, had their stories, tales that intertwined with Anansi's, teaching the importance of community, respect, and humility. The children, eyes wide, could feel the energy shift, a new layer of tension emerging as the elders began to speak. Anansi may have outsmarted many, one elder began, her voice steady and rich with age. But the real test of wisdom lies in knowing when to share and when to hold back. The children held their breath, sensing the weight of her words. They could feel the pull of wisdom interwoven with Anansi's tricks, a delicate dance of light and shadow. As night fell, stars peppered the sky, twinkling like the stories yet to be told. The elders spoke of the balance between cleverness and kindness, reminding the children that while Anansi's tales were filled with laughter, the true essence of wisdom lay in understanding and compassion. The storyteller's voice became a soft thread, weaving through the night, connecting the tales of Anansi with the lessons shared by the elders. The children listened intently, the line between joy and introspection blurring as they absorbed the wisdom resonating in the air. They were no longer just listeners. They were participants in a living legacy, their hearts and minds entwined with the tales of Anansi and their elders. In the flickering glow of the fire, Anansi's shadow danced on the ground, a reminder that he was always watching, always learning, always adapting. The stories of the past shaped the present, and as the night deepened, the children could feel the weight of their own stories beginning to form. The air pulsed with the thrill of possibilities yet unseen, adventures waiting to be lived, and lessons yet to be learned. As the storyteller closed his eyes, his voice faded into a hush, leaving the children with the lingering echo of Anansi's laughter and the elders' wisdom blending into one. The night was still, but the stories were alive, whispering through the rustling leaves, waiting to be woven into the fabric of their lives. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dense, tangled undergrowth of the Congo basin. It was a place where whispers of ancient legends brushed past the ears of those daring enough to listen. Among the myriad of tales that echoed through the trees, one stood out, shimmering like a mirage in the humid air, the story of the Mokele Mbembe. Some would call it a myth, a mere figment of imagination, but for the villagers living along the banks of the Congo River, it was a living reality, a shadowy giant that roamed the river's depths. The air buzzed with a tension so thick you'd think it could be cut with a knife. Fishermen spoke in hushed tones at twilight, their faces pale as they recalled the tales passed down through generations. "It is said to be a dinosaur," they murmured, voices trembling with the weight of their words. A creature so massive that it could drag down a canoe with a single swing of its tail. Each time these stories unfolded, the listeners felt the prickling of goosebumps on their skin, the exhilaration of fear dancing in the air. Near the river's bend, where the lush greenery kissed the water, there was a particular spot thick with ancient trees, their roots knotted like the stories that clung to them. Here, the Mokele Mbembe was said to rise from the depths, its enormous body breaking the surface with a grace that seemed impossible for something so large. Its long neck extended like a silent sentinel, surveying the world around it, while its eyes glinted with the wisdom of ages. For many, this creature was more than a legend. It represented the mystery of nature, untamed and untouched by time. The Congo River, with its swirling currents and hidden depths, held secrets that few would ever uncover. Long before explorers ventured into these lands, local tribes revered the Mokele Mbembe as a guardian of the river. Stories told of how it protected the water's bounty, ensuring the fish thrived and the plants flourished. Hunters would pause on their quests, bowing their heads in respect, believing that disturbing the creature would invite misfortune upon their people. On a night when the moon shone like a silver coin, a group of villagers gathered by the river, their eyes wide with excitement and fear. They had decided to witness the Mbembe for themselves. The air crackled with a mix of anticipation and dread as they shared tales of those who had come before them, adventurers who sought to find the beast but had returned only with wild stories, their minds haunted by what they had seen or perhaps what they had not. As the night deepened, a silence fell over the gathering, thick enough to feel in their chests. Suddenly, a ripple broke the calm surface of the water. Time froze as a collective gasp echoed through the air. The villagers huddled closer, eyes straining to see beyond the veil of darkness. For a moment, it seemed like the world held its breath. Then, it happened. A monstrous shape emerged, silhouetted against the silvery water. A long neck arched gracefully, and the creature's massive head peered into the night, its nostrils flaring. Heartbeats quickened, breaths caught in throats. The Mbembe was more than just a beast. It was a symbol of all that is wild and untamed. As it moved closer, the water splashed and churned, echoing the thunder of an ancient heartbeat. The villagers felt a mix of awe and terror as they watched this living relic of a prehistoric world. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Was it a dream, or were they witnessing a miracle? A connection to their ancestors, a lifeline to the past, a bridge to a world where dinosaurs still roamed. But in that moment of wonder, there was also a lurking fear. What if the creature felt threatened? What if it turned its gaze upon them with the weight of judgment? The thought sent shivers down their spines. Stories of those who had dared to provoke the Mbembe danced in their minds. Tales of misfortune befalling those who hunted the sacred beast. Would they become the next cautionary tale? As the moonlight illuminated the creature's scales, they realized it wasn't just its size that was intimidating, it was the grace with which it moved. In the water, it was a master, gliding effortlessly as if it were the river itself. The villagers held their collective breath, feeling small and insignificant in the presence of such majesty. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed in the distance, a cacophony that pulled their attention away from the river's edge. A nearby tree had succumbed to the weight of age, its trunk splitting apart. Panic set in. They feared the Mbembe might retreat into the shadows, disappearing forever. Yet, as if sensing their desperation, the creature lingered for one last moment, turning its colossal head in their direction. Those eyes, deep and wise, seemed to search their souls. Time felt suspended, and in that singular instant, each villager knew they were witnessing something extraordinary. An ancient connection between humanity and nature, one that bound them to the very heart of the Congo. As the colossal being submerged into the depths, the villagers remained frozen in their spot, hearts racing with a cocktail of fear and exhilaration. The river returned to its calm state, but the magic of the moment lingered, heavy in the air. They exchanged glances, unable to speak, their thoughts swirling like the currents beneath the surface. The Mbembe had vanished, yet its presence remained, etched in their minds and igniting a fire of stories yet to be told. They would carry this experience with them, a secret that was both thrilling and terrifying. Whatever the truth of the Mbembe, whether it was a relic of the past or a figment of imagination, it had left an indelible mark on their souls. The legends would continue, whispered by the flickering light of fires, passing from one generation to the next, fueled by the tension between fear and wonder. In the days that followed, the villagers would recount their encounter with the Mbembe, their voices a mixture of reverence and disbelief. They would speak of the wonderment in its eyes, of the ancient bond they felt, and the wild rhythms of the Congo that echoed in their hearts. And as they shared their stories, the creature would live on, a symbol of the untamed spirit of the river, a promise that some mysteries would always remain, lurking just below the surface, waiting to be felt and believed. In the dim light of a flickering fire, a figure cloaked in shadows stands at the threshold of the village. A subtle breeze stirring the air as whispers of ancient spirits seem to echo in the night. The scent of burning herbs wafts through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of loamy soil. In that moment, fear and awe dance hand in hand, for the Nganga is here, the spiritual protector of the Congo kingdom, a guardian whose presence commands respect and reverence. The villagers gather, their eyes wide with anticipation, hearts racing as they feel the weight of generations behind them. The Nganga, a title borne by those chosen for their deep connection to the spiritual realm, is not just a healer or a priest. They are the very embodiment of the Congo's past, present, and future. Clad in vibrant robes adorned with symbols of power and protection, they exude an air of mystery. An ancient wisdom radiates from them, an understanding of life and death that few dare to grasp. Tales of the Nganga weave through the fabric of Congo culture like threads of gold, each story a testament to their abilities. It is said that they can commune with the spirits of ancestors, calling forth their guidance when the living find themselves lost in the labyrinth of existence. The villagers remember the time when a severe drought threatened their crops. With a heavy heart, the Nganga danced under the scorching sun, invoking the spirits of rain. The heavens opened and droplets like pearls fell, quenching the earth's thirst. Gratitude hung in the air, palpable and electric. But the Nganga's power is not merely in their ability to heal and protect. It is also a double-edged sword. The same spirits that bless the land can wreak havoc if angered. One fateful night, a young man dared to disrespect the sacred sites, mocking the very forces that the Nganga revered. The village shuddered as the winds howled and the skies darkened. It was the Nganga who stood firm, an unwavering sentinel against the chaos, chanting prayers that trembled through the air. The young man fell to his knees, terrified as the spirits unleashed their fury. The lesson was stark and clear. The balance between the seen and unseen must never be disrupted. As the fire crackled, the Nganga began to prepare their tools, each item steeped in significance. The carved wooden fetishes, the bundles of herbs, and the sacred shells were all extensions of their spirit, each one a vessel carrying the essence of life itself. The villagers watched in hushed reverence, feeling the anticipation swell like the tide. The Nganga was about to perform a rite, a ceremony meant to ward off illness and misfortune. The incantations flowed from the Nganga's lips like a river, their voice rising and falling in a rhythm that felt ancient, primal. With each word, the air thickened, shimmering with unseen energy. Villagers clasped hands, forming a circle of unity, a living testament to their belief in the mystical bond that tied them to each other and to the spirit world. The fire flickered madly, mirroring the intensity of the moment, casting elongated shadows that danced like specters. Emotions ran high as the Nganga called upon the spirits of ancestors, their voices reverberating through the night. For a heartbeat, time stood still. A young mother cradling her newborn felt tears slide down her cheeks, a mixture of hope and fear blending in her heart. The Nganga, with their all-seeing eyes, seemed to look straight into her soul, recognizing her burdens and the weight of her dreams. In that fleeting gaze, she felt both fear and comfort, knowing that the protector was there, standing watch over their fragile lives. Yet, as the ceremony unfolded, the air shifted. A sudden chill swept through the village, sending shivers down spines. A shadow moved at the edge of the firelight, an omen that whispered of trouble. The villagers felt it too. The unease settled like a heavy fog. The protective shield the Nganga bore was strong, but they could not shield them from everything. The Nganga sensed a disturbance, a dark energy creeping into their sacred space. With fierce determination, the Nganga intensified their chants, their words becoming more urgent, passionate. The fire blazed brighter, illuminating the fear on the villagers' faces as they looked around, seeking clarity in the gathering darkness. A premonition of disaster loomed on the horizon, and the Nganga knew that their role as protector was about to be tested like never before. As the villagers clung to each other, whispers erupted among them, speculating what this dark omen might mean. A spirit retribution? A challenge from a rival clan? The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat resonating with dread. The Nanga raised their voice, commanding attention, a rallying cry to bind the community together against the encroaching fear. They called forth the protective spirits, their own heart pounding in rhythm with the drums that began to thrum in the background, a primal call to arms. Suddenly, the ground trembled, a sign that the spirits had heard the Nanga's plea. The villagers gasped, their collective breaths hitching as the earth shuddered beneath them. In that moment, they understood that the very fate of their village rested in the hands of the Nganga, the protector, the priest, the bridge between their world and the unseen forces that swirled around them, waiting for either salvation or destruction. The Nganga stood tall, unwavering, a beacon of strength amidst the chaos. The spirits answered, manifesting in flashes of light that danced around the circle. Energy crackled in the air, a palpable force that urged the villagers to stand firm. As they faced the unknown together, they realized that this was not just a battle for survival, it was a test of their faith, of their unity as a community. The night stretched on, filled with intensity and deep-rooted tradition, a reminder that the links between the living and the dead are never as far apart as they seem. The Nanga, with their eyes ablaze with ancient fire, knew that the dawn of a new chapter was rising, and with it the essence of the Congo kingdom would echo through the ages, carved in the hearts of all who dared to believe. In a land where the sun dipped below the horizon like a molten gold coin, the forest whispered secrets carried by the wind. Shadows danced among the trees, their shapes twisting and turning, betraying the presence of something sinister lurking just beyond sight. Somewhere in the darkness, the Asan awaited, a creature woven from the threads of fear and legend. Its very name sent shivers down the spines of those who lived near the dense thickets of West Africa's forests. The Asan was not just any creature. It was said to be a vampire, but not in the way that tales of the undead have been told in the flickering candlelight of castles far away. This entity had grown from the soil of ancient lore, taking root in the minds of those who dared to wander the woods at night. With iron teeth that glinted in the moonlight and legs like gnarled tree roots, it was a hunter of the unsuspecting, a collector of souls that strayed too far from the safety of their villages. The stories often began with the chirping of crickets, a lullaby that lured children into a sense of safety. But as the sun vanished and darkness wrapped around the land, that same sound twisted into a haunting melody, a warning of what lay ahead. Elders spoke in hushed tones, their faces drawn and serious, for they had seen the aftermath of an Asan attack. A villager would leave in search of herbs or firewood, and when they did not return, whispers of the Asan would spread like wildfire. One fateful night, a curious boy named Kofi wandered into the woods, his heart beating with the thrill of adventure. The stories had always intrigued him, sparking a rebellious spirit within. He stepped amongst the towering trees, their branches stretching overhead like arms trying to shield him from the unknown. As darkness seeped through the cracks of the forest, he felt a chill grip his spine, but it was too late to turn back. Kofi's eyes darted among the shadows, searching for any sign of life. The air grew thick, and a silence that felt almost suffocating fell around him. Suddenly, a rustle echoed through the leaves, sending a jolt of fear racing through his veins. He stood frozen, his breath hitching in his throat. Was it just a bush rustling in the wind, or was it something more sinister? Then he saw it. A figure emerged from behind a massive baobab tree, its eyes glowing fiercely like embers. The Asan stood tall, its body covered in matted hair and its long arms ending in sharp, iron claws. It was unlike anything Kofi had ever seen, a creature of nightmares brought to life. Time slowed as Kofi's heart thudded loudly in his ears, drowning out the distant sounds of the forest. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but fear held him in place. The Asan-bosom's mouth opened wide, revealing rows of jagged iron teeth, each one glistening ominously. It was hungry, and Kofi was the prey. He turned and raced away, his feet pounding against the forest floor, but the Asan-bosom followed, its laughter echoing like a death knell behind him. The sound sliced through the night, a chilling reminder of the terror that hunted him. Branches whipped against his skin, tearing at his clothes as he dashed deeper into the forest. Kofi's thoughts raced, remembering the elders' warnings. They had spoken of the creature's power, how it could ensnare souls and trap them in eternal darkness. He had dismissed it as mere folklore, but now he felt the weight of every tale suffocating him, each story laced with truth. As he stumbled over roots and rocks, he felt the ground shift beneath him, as if the forest itself was conspiring against him. The laughter of the Asan-bosom grew closer, a haunting melody that echoed through the trees. Kofi's mind was a whirlwind of panic, fear gripping him tighter than a vice. He had to find safety, a way to escape the clutches of this monster. But the forest had its own tricks. Kofi's foot caught on a hidden vine, sending him sprawling to the ground. The breath rushed from his lungs as he hit the earth. Before he could gather himself, he heard the rustle of leaves and the weight of footsteps approaching. He scrambled to his feet, heart pounding, facing the creature now only a few paces away. The Asan-bosom stopped, its eyes boring into Kofi's soul. There was something hypnotic about its gaze, a flicker of danger mixed with an unsettling curiosity. Kofi's mind raced with thoughts of escape, but his body was frozen in fear. The vampire didn't attack immediately. Instead, it seemed to relish in the moment, savoring the dread it inflicted. Kofi recalled the stories of his ancestors, the wisdom passed down through generations. He remembered the rituals to ward off evil spirits, the words whispered like a protective shield. With a trembling voice, he began to chant the ancient words. They echoed through the air, wrapping around him, forming an invisible barrier against the Asan-bosom. The creature paused, its expression shifting from playful malice to something akin to confusion. For a moment, the laughter stopped, replaced by a heavy silence. Kofi's heart raced, hope sparking within him. Perhaps he could escape. Perhaps the tales were true, and he could banish the creature back to the shadows from whence it came. But the Asan-bosom, sensing a challenge, snarled, revealing its fearsome teeth once more. With a sudden surge of strength, Kofi turned and bolted once more, the forest blurring around him. Every step felt like a race against time, the shadows closing in, thick and suffocating. He could hear the Asan-bosom behind him, its breath hot against his back, urging him to run faster. But where could he go? The forest was alive with danger, and every shadow seemed to twist and turn, threatening to ensnare him. Kofi's mind was a whirlwind, filled with fragments of fear and hope. Would he return to the safety of his village, or would he become just another tale whispered in the night? The forest, with its twisted paths and lurking terrors, held the answer, and he had only begun to understand what it meant to face the darkness. The village of Yarraville lay nestled beside a shimmering lake, its surface reflecting the pale moonlight like a broken mirror. Children laughed and played by the water's edge, their joyful voices rising into the night air, unaware of the shadows lurking just beneath the surface. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the whispers of the wind carried tales of the Bunyip, the water spirit feared and revered by every soul in the kingdom. Ancient stories told of a creature with a body like a massive seal, a head resembling a horse, and eyes that glowed with an eerie light. It was said that the Bunyip lurked in the muddy depths, waiting for the unwary traveler to stray too close to the water's edge. Many had claimed to hear its mournful cry, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. Yet, despite the fear it inspired, there was something almost magnetic about the Bunyip, an allure that drew people to the water's edge, even as caution tugged at their hearts. Generations had passed, and the bunyip became more than just a creature of nightmares. It transformed into a symbol, a guardian of the waters that sustained life in the kingdom. Farmers depended on the lake for their crops, fishermen for their catches, and mothers for the water they used to nurture their children. The bunyip was a reminder of the fragile balance between nature and the people who inhabited its land. When the crops thrived, the bunyip was said to be appeased, but when drought struck, the villagers feared that the spirit had been angered. One evening, a fierce storm rolled in, dark clouds swirling ominously above, and the once calm lake turned into a churning beast. The villagers huddled in their homes, eyes wide with fear. They whispered to one another about the bunyip's wrath, recalling the stories of old when the waters rose, carrying away homes and hearts alike. The storm raged on, and with it the legend of the bunyip swelled, its presence felt in every crash of thunder and flash of lightning. As the winds howled, a young girl named Lila stood at her window, her heart racing with both fear and wonder. She had always been captivated by the tales of the bunyip, wanting to believe that it was more than just a monster lurking in the depths. Her grandmother had told her how the bunyip protected the waters, how it could bring blessings or calamity depending on the love shown by the villagers. On this stormy night, Lila's curiosity outweighed her fear. With a bravery that belied her years, she slipped out of her home and made her way to the lake. The wind whipped at her hair and rain pelted her face, but Lila pressed on, drawn by an invisible force. The storm seemed to quiet as she neared the water, the chaos around her fading into a distant memory. She stood at the edge of the lake, the water swirling like a living entity. And she called out to the spirit. Her words were simple, filled with the purity of a child's heart. "Bunyip, I mean you no harm. We need you. Please don't take our waters away." In that moment, the storm paused, and a heavy silence enveloped the air. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she felt something stir beneath the surface. The water rippled, and the bunyip emerged, its massive form breaking the surface with a grace that belied its size. The light from the moon glinted off its glistening skin, and its eyes, filled with ancient wisdom and sorrow, locked onto Lila's. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she gazed at the creature, her fear evaporating like mist. The bunyip was more than a monster. It was an embodiment of the lake's spirit, a protector and a keeper of secrets long forgotten. Lila understood then that the bunyip's influence stretched beyond mere survival. It shaped the very fabric of the kingdom itself. But as the bunyip watched her, a deep rumble echoed from its throat, resonating through the air like a warning bell. The storm rekindled with a ferocity that sent Lila stumbling back. The villagers were not just facing the wrath of a legendary creature. They were entwined in a struggle between their desires and the demands of nature, a struggle that had persisted for centuries. The bunyip's form submerged, leaving only ripples in its wake. Lila dashed back to her village, her heart pounding like a drum. She knew that the tales of the bunyip were not just stories. They were history, woven into the very essence of their lives. Each flood and drought had spoken of the bond between the people and the spirit of the lake. If they failed to respect it, chaos would ensue. As dawn broke, casting a golden glow over the remnants of the storm, Lila stood among her neighbors, recounting her encounter with the bunyip. Gasps filled the air, and disbelief mixed with reverence as they listened. Old men and women exchanged knowing looks. They had felt the bunyip's presence, too, through the years of prosperity and hardship. But with each tale shared, a tension grew. Some villagers insisted the bunyip needed to be appeased, offering gifts and sacrifices to calm its fury. Others believed that the spirit had been misunderstood, its actions driven by the villagers' own neglect of the land. The discussion spiraled into heated debates, mirroring the tumultuous waters of the lake. As the sun rose higher, the villagers realized they were at a crossroads. They could either succumb to fear and superstition, or they could forge a new path, one that honored the bunyip and the land that sustained them. The choices they made would echo through the kingdom, influencing their lives for generations to come. Lila felt the weight of their history, a shared struggle that transcended time. The Bunyip was not just a creature of myth. It was a living reminder of their connection to the waters, a force that could wield both creation and destruction. The villagers could either embrace this bond or let it slip away, leaving them vulnerable. As they gathered by the lake, the water shimmered, a reflection of their uncertainty and hopes. The Bunyip's legacy loomed large over them, a reminder that their fate was intertwined with the spirit that haunted their dreams. The whispers of the past, the cries of warning, and the dreams of prosperity echoed in the air, waiting to be embraced or forsaken as they stood on the brink of a decision that would forever alter their kingdom. Under the cloak of darkness, when even the wisps of wind seemed to hush their whispers, the village of Agbozume lay still. It was during these moonless nights that the Ads, a shape-shifting spirit known to the Yu people, prowled the shadows. The air, heavy with anticipation, held a lingering chill that sent shivers down the spine of anyone daring to linger. Old tales, whispered from grandmothers to wide-eyed children, spoke of the Ads' terrifying powers. It wasn't just any spirit. It was a monstrous being, one that could transform into a firefly, a beast, or even a beloved human. A master of disguise, with a laughter that echoed like a distant storm, it could lull the unwary into a false sense of security. As the midnight hour crept in, Abena, a young girl with dreams as vivid as the stars above, found herself standing at the edge of her yard. Her grandmother's stories danced in her mind, mixing with the cool air, tickling her imagination. "Stay close to the firelight, Abena," her grandmother would say, her voice a soothing balm against the terror of the tales. "The Ads comes for those who wander." But tonight, Abena felt a pull, a whispering curiosity that urged her to step into the darkness, to seek the truth behind the tales. With each step away from the warmth of her home, the darkness seemed to wrap around her, thick and suffocating. Shadows flickered like the fireflies that were said to be the Ads in disguise. Heart pounding, she recalled the legends of the village, the shape-shifting spirit that descended upon those who strayed too far from safety. The Ads had a hunger that was insatiable, a desire for the souls of the unsuspecting. Mothers would clutch their children tightly, warning them of the night's dangers. Abena felt the weight of her grandmother's warnings pressing against her chest, yet the thrill of the unknown urged her forward. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye, a spark of light dancing just beyond the reach of her vision. Abena's heart raced as she moved closer, her breath hitching in her throat. Could it truly be the Ads, or merely her imagination playing tricks in the dim light? The light flickered again, almost teasingly, drawing her deeper into the woods. Each step felt both forbidden and exhilarating, as if she were dancing on the edge of a cliff, the drop just beneath her feet. She was tempted to chase that light, the promise of something extraordinary, something that could reveal the truth behind the stories that haunted her nights. But then, out of nowhere, the air grew colder. Goosebumps swept over her skin, prickling like the sharpest needles. A chill ran down her spine as she remembered the tales of the villagers who had disappeared, consumed by the Ads' deceptive charm. They had been tricked into following that same flickering light, lured away from safety and into the depths of despair. Abena hesitated, torn between the allure of the unknown and the desperate warnings of her ancestors. The light pulsed again, growing brighter, more alluring. In that moment, a shape began to form beside it, shifting and writhing like smoke. A figure emerged, a man, tall and striking with a smile that could charm the sun. "Come closer, little one," he beckoned, his voice smooth and inviting. There was something familiar about him, a warmth that wrapped around her like a soft blanket. But Abena's instincts screamed at her. This could be the Ads, wearing a mask of humanity to ensnare her. In that instant, the forest seemed to come alive, the trees whispering warnings she could not understand. The man stepped closer. his eyes glinting with a hunger that sent another shiver down her spine. "Why do you hesitate?" he asked, his voice now tinged with a hint of impatience. "What do you seek in the dark?" Abena stood frozen, fear battling with the thrill of adventure. "I seek the truth," she finally said, her voice surprisingly steady. "I seek to know what you are." The man's laughter echoed through the night, deep and chilling. "Ah, truth, my dear, such a dangerous thing to seek. But beware, for the truth may not be what you desire." Then, just as quickly as he had appeared, the man shifted. A haze enveloped him, and he transformed into a firefly, a blinking beacon in the dark. Abena gasped, her heart racing as she grappled with the reality of what she was witnessing. The Adze was not just a creature of myth, it was real, and it was toying with her. It hovered before her, the flickering light taunting her. "Come, follow me," it whispered in a voice that was both sweet and sinister. "Let me show you the wonders of the night." Obsession wrapped itself around her mind like a serpent, tightening with each moment. Abena knew she should turn back to flee the seductive call of the Adze, but the pull was intoxicating, a sweet poison that seeped into her very soul. She took a step forward, drawn in by the mesmerizing dance of the firefly. The world around her started to dissolve, the trees blurring into shadows as she lost herself in the light. Yet, somewhere deep within, a voice echoed, a warning, a plea. Abena struggled internally, torn between the enchantment of the Adze and the love of her family and home. She was on the brink, and the darkness loomed, ready to embrace her. What awaited her on the other side? Would she find the truth she sought, or would she become another lost soul caught in the web of a shape-shifting evil? The night's tension hung thick in the air, a silent promise of the danger that lingered just beyond her reach. The village lay quiet, unaware of the battle raging in Abena's heart, unaware of the Adze that stalked the shadows, waiting patiently for its next victim. The stories of old were alive, breathing and wrapped around her like a shroud, holding her captive in a world where the lines between reality and myth began to blur. And, just like that, the flickering light danced away, leading her further into the darkness, deeper into the unknown where every moment felt like a heartbeat echoing in the silence. In the stillness of a moonlit night, when the air was thick with secrets and shadows danced along the water's edge, a whisper flickered through the reeds. It was a sound both enchanting and dreadful, a soft giggle that sent chills racing down spines. Those who heard it knew to tread lightly, for the Tikoloshi was near, a spirit born of water and mischief, a creature that turned the mundane into the extraordinary and the ordinary into nightmares. Long ago, in the valleys and rivers of southern Africa, tales of the Tikoloshi spread like wildfire. This water spirit, often described as small and deformed with bulging eyes and a mischievous grin, was not just a figment of imagination, but a living presence that watched over the land. The elders shared stories by the fire, their voices low and serious, instilling a blend of fear and fascination. They spoke of how the Tikoloshi could become invisible, using its powers to play tricks on unsuspecting people, removing a child's blanket in the dead of night or stealing sweet fruits from gardens, leaving behind nothing but a haunting laughter. Parents warned their children to be mindful of the water's edge, for the Tikoloshi beckoned with an alluring charm. "Do not wander too close," they would say, eyes wide. "It loves to tease, but its games can turn deadly." In the dim light of a dusk, the rivers glimmered like silver, a surface hiding untold mysteries. Those who were brave or foolish enough to disregard the warnings often found themselves caught in its playful traps. A loved one would vanish, or a cow would stray. Even the strongest warriors, armed with swords and shields, spoke in hushed tones about their encounters with the spirit, their faces pale as they recounted how they had seen the creature dance on the water, a figure rippling like a mirage before slipping away into the night. But it was not only mischief that defined the Tikoloshi. There were deeper, darker tales woven into the fabric of its existence. The spirit was said to be a guardian of the waters, a protector of sacred sites, standing guard over the rivers that fed the land. Fishermen spoke of a strange bond with the spirit, often leaving offerings of fish or fruit to appease it, hoping for good fortune in return. In their eyes, the Tikolosha was both a friend and a foe, a figure that demanded respect. When the rains came, heavy and relentless, they whispered their gratitude, for the Tikoloshi danced in the storms, blessing the earth with life. However, when drought struck, the same spirit was blamed for withholding the rains, a reminder that control was never truly in human hands. Villages would gather to chant songs of reverence and plea, their voices rising to the heavens, calling upon the Tikolosha to return the life-giving waters. It was a delicate balance, a dance of trust and fear, where one misstep could lead to dire consequences. The elders spoke of how the Tikolosha, though small, wielded immense power, enough to change the fortunes of entire communities. In the shadows of these stories lay a truth that was often overlooked. The Tikoloshe was also a reflection of the people's struggles and hopes, their joys and fears. Each tale told around the fire was a thread in the larger tapestry of life, interwoven with the history of southern Africa. Here, the spirit became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that even in the face of chaos, laughter could still be found. As children giggled nervously, exchanging nervous glances under the watchful eyes of their elders, the air crackled with a tension that was both exhilarating and terrifying. One fateful night, a daring young boy, fueled by both curiosity and bravado, decided to confront the spirit. He tiptoed to the edge of the river, the water lapping softly against the stones, casting ripples that glimmered under the moon's watchful gaze. "Tikoloshi," he shouted, his voice trembling yet brave. "If you are here, show yourself." His challenge hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. As the world around him fell eerily silent, even the crickets seemed to hold their breath, waiting. Moments stretched into eternity, and just when the boy thought the spirit would not answer, the water began to shimmer, a light dancing beneath the surface. With a sudden splash, the Tikoloshi emerged, its eyes gleaming like the polished stones. The boy's heart raced, a mix of awe and fear coursing through him. Here was the spirit of legend, vibrant and alive, and for a heartbeat he stood frozen, caught in the spell of its otherworldly charm. But as the Tikoloshe grinned with that mischievous smile, the boy understood that he was not merely an observer. He had stepped into a world of chaos and whimsy. The spirit lunged forward, its laughter ringing like bells, and in that moment the boy felt the surge of magic, the thrill of danger. His heart pounded in his chest and panic gripped him as he realized the playful nature of the Tikoloshi could swiftly turn into something dark and unpredictable. As his feet scrambled for purchase, he felt the pull of the water, a whisper of the spirit urging him closer. The river glistened with a life of its own, and he was captivated, drawn deeper into its embrace. The stories of his ancestors echoed in his mind, a warning and a promise intertwined. He could either succumb to the Tikolosha's charm or run, but what awaited him on the shore was a mystery more complex than any tale told by the fireside. The forest around him sighed, a reminder of his place in this dance of creation and chaos. The laughter of the Tikoloshe mingled with the rustle of leaves, each sound a heartbeat in the rhythm of the night. With every breath, the boy felt the weight of history, the essence of every villager that had come before. He was a part of something larger, a connection to the land that held both beauty and peril. All at once a sudden wave crashed against him, not from the river, but from a memory. The boy recalled the warnings, the stories meant to keep him safe, but now they felt like chains holding him back from a wonder he longed to embrace. And as the Tikolosha beckoned, drawing him into the depths of the water and the tales that spun around it like a silken thread, the boy realized he was standing at the edge of transformation, where the line between fear and laughter blurred. In that moment, The spirit of the river grinned, ready to weave him into its legend, promising mischief, adventure, and perhaps a touch of danger. The boy's heart raced as he took a step closer to the water. The boundary between worlds fading, and the essence of the Tikoloshi enveloped him, drenching him in the intoxicating mixture of fear and wonder that had captivated generations. In the night sky, the stars twinkled knowingly, like ancient eyes watching over, as the dance of the Tikoloshi began anew. In the golden glow of dawn, the African savanna awakens with a symphony of life. A lion prowls through the tall grass, its powerful muscles rippling beneath a coat kissed by the sun. Each step echoes the pulse of ancient myths, where this magnificent creature stands not just as a king of the jungle, but as a revered symbol of power and protection. The air is thick with reverence and a hint of danger, drawing all who witness this creature into a world where the line between reality and legend fades. Among tribes across Africa, the lion embodies strength, courage, and a fierce spirit that commands respect. Stories told by the flickering light of a fire carry the weight of generations, whispering of lions that walked side by side with the great warriors of the past. In these tales, the lion is more than just a beast. It is a guardian of sacred lands and an emblem of leadership. When a lion roars, it doesn't just shake the ground. It sends shivers down the spine of anyone who dares to listen. The sound reverberates through time, a call to honor the past while embracing the future. In the shadows of ancient kingdoms, lions were revered as the protectors of royalty. Kings adorned their thrones with lion motifs, believing that the spirit of the lion would shield them from harm. The lion's fierce gaze was thought to ward off evil spirits, its mane representing the sun's strength. Vibrant murals and intricate carvings in ancient caves depicted lions standing guard, an eternal testament to their sacred role in mythology. These artistic expressions captured the essence of lions as more than mere animals. They were divine protectors, symbols of the physical and spiritual realms intertwined. In the Zulu culture, the lion holds a special place in the hearts of the people. They view the lion as a symbol of bravery and fearlessness. During rituals, warriors would don lion skins, calling upon the spirit of the lion to grant them strength on the battlefield. The lion's spirit was believed to flow through them, igniting a fierce passion to protect their land and loved ones. With every battle cry, the warriors carried the legacy of their lion ancestors, a bond that transcended time and space, connecting them to the heart of Africa itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the darkness brought with it the promise of new stories. Elders gathered around a crackling fire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow. Children huddled close, eyes wide with wonder, as tales of lions leaping across the plains echoed in the cool night air. They listened with bated breath to the story of the lion who saved a village from a fearsome drought. This lion, a legendary figure, roamed the earth with a heart full of compassion. When the rains refused to fall, the lion summoned the clouds, reminding the world that true power lies not just in strength, but in the willingness to protect and nurture. But the lion's tail also carries shadows. In the same stories, there are warnings of the lion's wrath. When disrespected, the lion could unleash its fury upon those who strayed from the path of righteousness. Villagers learned to respect the wilderness, to honor the balance of nature. This duality of nurturer and destroyer mirrored life itself, where power can be both a gift and a burden. Each tale spun around the fire served as a reminder to tread carefully, to honor the wild spirit that roamed the land. The lion is also woven into the fabric of spirituality, a creature that transcends the earthly realm. Many tribes believe that the spirit of the lion guides souls to the afterlife. It is said that when a lion appears in dreams, it carries messages from ancestors, urging individuals to embrace their inner strength. The lion's presence is a reminder of the courage that lives within, waiting to be awakened. In the tapestry of African mythology, these dreams become vivid realities, blurring the lines between the seen and the unseen. As the stories evolved, so did the symbolism of the lion. In modern times, the lion continues to be a powerful icon of unity and resilience. African nations adopted the lion as a national symbol, a proud representation of strength and courage in the face of adversity. The lion's image appears on flags, emblems, and within the hearts of the people, a reminder of their heritage and the fierce spirit that binds them together. This living symbol of power and protection stands tall, reminding the world that Africa's heart beats with a rhythm of rich history and unyielding spirit. In the cool twilight, as the fire crackles and stories intertwine with the whispers of the night, the lion remains a powerful force. It is a harbinger of hope and a guardian of dreams, reminding all who listen that courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. With every roar echoing across the plains, the lion calls upon the hearts of those who dare to stand strong, to protect, and to love fiercely. Amidst the stories, the spirit of the lion lives on, an eternal testament to the power and protection it embodies. As the night deepens, it becomes clear. This is not just a tale of a beast, but a relentless reminder of the fierce spirit that resides within us all, waiting to rise, to protect, and to roar. The sun dipped low over the ancient forests of Mexico, casting long, flickering shadows that danced through the trees. A hush fell over the land, one that whispered stories of old, of spirits that walked among the living and guardians that shielded the fragile balance of nature. The Shanek were a secret kept by the woods, a mystery woven into the roots of the towering trees and the gentle rustle of leaves. In every rustling leaf, there was a hint of laughter. In every sigh of the wind, a trace of mischief. The Shaneks, small and elusive, were the guardians of the wild. With skin like the bark of trees and eyes that twinkled like stars, they flitted through the underbrush, their presence so light that it barely disturbed the air around them. But they were not just playful spirits. They held a weight of responsibility upon their tiny shoulders. Every flower that bloomed, every stream that flowed, every creature that roamed depended on their watchful eyes. As twilight draped the forest in a cloak of mystery, a sense of urgency filled the air. A young boy named Miguel, unaware of the magic surrounding him, wandered deeper into the woods, chasing after the echoes of his laughter that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. He felt an unexplainable pull, a call of nature that beckoned him to venture further. The light faded and shadows grew long, wrapping around him like a cool embrace. Miguel paused, a shiver running down his spine. Was it the chill of the evening, or something more? Then he heard it. A giggle, bright and clear, fluttering like birds taking flight. He turned, eyes wide with wonder, and there they were. The Shanek, darting playfully through the air. They were small, not much taller than a child's knee, their laughter ringing like tiny bells. Miguel's heart raced. He had heard stories whispered by the elders, tales of mischievous spirits that played tricks on those who dared to intrude upon their realm. But he felt no fear, rather he felt a thrill, a connection that stirred something deep within him. Yet, as he watched the Shanek, a shadow passed over their joy. Their laughter faded, replaced by a somber tone that rippled through the trees. A realization washed over Miguel, a sense of foreboding. The balance of their world was shifting. The Shanek, guardians of nature's treasures, were growing anxious. Their home, once lush and vibrant, was showing signs of distress. The forest whispered warnings of encroaching darkness. Men with machines that roared like beasts, cutting down trees and disturbing the sacred earth. The Shanek turned their gaze toward Miguel, their eyes shimmering with an intensity that made his heart flutter. They beckoned him closer, urging him to understand. With each step, Miguel felt the weight of their world pressing against him, a world where every petal, every drop of rain, every whisper of the wind was a thread in the fabric of life itself. They needed him, a bridge between the human realm and their enchanted one. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the quiet, a tree falling victim to the relentless axe of men. The Shaneks gasped, their tiny forms vibrating with panic, their laughter replaced by desperate urgency. Miguel felt his spirit soar with theirs, a blend of fear and determination surging through him. He could not let the beauty of the forest fall silent, could not allow the laughter of the Shaneks to fade into memory. With a sudden rush of courage, Miguel raised his voice, calling out to the workers beyond the tree line. "Stop! You're hurting the forest." His small voice rang out, but it felt powerful, filled with the strength of the ancient spirits beside him. The Shaneks, their eyes sparkling with hope, rallied around him, their energy buzzing through the air like electricity. Moments stretched, heartbeats quickening as he stood against the encroaching storm of progress. The workers paused, glancing at one another with skeptical expressions, but Miguel took a deep breath, pushing through the fear clawing at his throat. "The forest is alive! It speaks!" he shouted, feeling the weight of the Shanek's gaze on him. "It needs us to listen." A flicker of uncertainty crossed the workers' faces. They could almost hear it. A soft whisper in the wind, a rustling in the leaves, as if the forest itself was trying to speak. Miguel felt the Shanek's energy surge, a chorus of encouragement lifting him higher. The workers exchanged glances, their hammers and saws now feeling heavy in their hands, the weight of their actions pressing upon them. But the battle was not over. The Shanek sensed it, a deeper threat lurking just beyond their sight. As the workers hesitated, a darker force stirred in the shadows, an unseen presence that sought to claim the forest for itself. Miguel felt a chill race down his spine, the air growing thick with tension. He could see it in the trembling leaves, in the way the wind howled as it rushed through the trees. The Shaneks, sensing the encroaching danger, took flight, darting through the air like glowing embers. They circled Miguel, their tiny forms aglow with determination, urging him to stand firm. The workers, now caught in a web of uncertainty, began to lower their tools, the spirit's call echoing in their minds. Yet, as quickly as it had come, the dark presence lingered, unseen but palpable, a reminder that not all battles were fought in the light. Just as hope began to bloom, Miguel felt a sudden tug at his heart, a warning that the true test was yet to come. The Shanek turned to him, their expressions a mix of fear and hope, urging him to remember the forest's voice within himself. With their eyes locked, he understood. The real guardianship was not merely about protecting nature, but about awakening a deeper connection between all living things. It was a call to arms, a reminder that every spirit, no matter how small, played a crucial role in the tapestry of life. The air crackled with energy, and the battle for the heart of the forest was just beginning. Water lapped rhythmically against the shore, the sound a soft whisper echoing the sacred stories of ancient spirits. Beneath the surface, where sunlight danced and shadows intertwined, lay a world of power and mystery. The Nzambi, water spirits of the Vodou tradition, held dominion over this hidden realm. Their presence felt in every ripple and wave. In the steaming heat of the Haitian sun, locals would gather by the water, their voices hushed as they spoke of these ethereal beings with a mixture of reverence and fear. The Nzambi were not mere figments of imagination. They were ancient forces, guardians of the rivers, lakes, and oceans. Throughout history, they have been revered as protectors of knowledge, healers of the sick, and guides for lost souls. But there was a catch. A delicate balance existed between the human world and the watery domain of the Nzambi. Treading the line between devotion and danger, the people understood that to summon these spirits required respect, offering gifts as tokens of appreciation. Among the Nzambi, some were more powerful than others. Nzambi Andezo, a spirit known for his wisdom, was often depicted as a man with a tail, embodying both human and aquatic features. Those who sought his guidance would approach the water with offerings of rum, tobacco, and food, asking for his insight into their lives. The air would grow thick with anticipation, the cool breeze barely rustling the leaves overhead as worshippers prayed for a glimpse of Simbi Andezo's wisdom. Those who received answers felt both a thrill and a chill, knowing they had been touched by something divine, yet tinged with an ominous edge. But not all encounters were benign. The Simbi could be temperamental, their moods shifting like the tides. A fisherman, content with his daily catch, might find the waters turning murky without warning, the fish disappearing as if swallowed by the abyss. Tales of those who angered the spirits were common. Boats capsized, crops failed, and illness swept through towns. Fear rippled through communities, a constant reminder of the delicate relationship they shared with these unseen forces. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the water, a woman named Marie knelt at the shore, her heart heavy with sorrow. She had lost her son to the sea, a tragedy that had left her hollow. With trembling hands, she placed an offering of fresh fruit and a small bottle of rum upon the damp sand. "Simbi Andezo," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the gentle rush of the waves. "Please, return my child to me." The wind stilled, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Marie's heart raced, a mix of hope and dread coursing through her veins. Would the spirit answer her desperate plea? Would she awaken tomorrow with her son by her side? The anticipation was palpable, a weight pressing down on her chest as darkness enveloped the shore, the stars twinkling overhead like watchful eyes. In the depths below, the Simbi swirled, a gathering of shimmering figures shimmering in the moonlight. They communicated in ripples and echoes, weaving together the stories of those who sought their aid. Among them was Simbi Makaya, known for her fierce protection of the waters. She was the embodiment of strength and courage, her laughter like the bubbling of a brook. Yet her wrath was equally fierce, and she did not take kindly to those who disrespected the sacredness of her domain. In a nearby village, a young man named Jacques had grown careless. Ignoring the elder's warnings, he had taken to fishing without offering his respects to the Simbi. The waters that once brimmed with life now turned hostile. Nets came up empty, and the very boats that carried him home began to creak under the weight of his hubris. One fateful night, as lightning split the sky, Jacques found himself adrift, fear gnawing at his insides. As the wind howled and the rain lashed against his skin, he called out to the Simbi, begging for mercy. But the spirits were silent, their judgment heavy in the air. Back at the shore, Marie felt the storm brewing in the distance, a foreboding call that sent chills down her spine. The waters surged, and she glanced over her shoulder, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. The tales of angered spirits echoed in her mind, warnings of the balance that must be maintained. And yet, she remained kneeling, her heart warring with logic, caught in an emotional tempest of longing and despair. As if answering her silent plea, a figure emerged from the water, glistening under the moonlight. It was Simbi Andezo, his eyes deep and knowing. A reflection of the universe itself. Marie gasped, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The spirit hovered before her, a bridge between two worlds, and for a brief moment, time seemed to suspend. The air crackled with energy. The whispers of the past mingled with the hopes of the present. She could feel his presence enveloping her, a cool mist that both calmed and terrified her. "You seek what is lost," Andezo spoke, his voice like water flowing over stones. "But what have you given to the river in return?" Marie's heart raced. She understood then that this was not just a transaction but a profound connection, a deep-rooted relationship between the earthly and the divine. She had poured her soul into the ocean, but had she ever truly honored it? Her reverence rushed forth, an overwhelming tide of emotion. "I offer my love, my sorrow, my spirit," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Please, guide my child home." The wind picked up again, swirling around her, carrying her words like petals on a breeze. Deep within the waters the Simbi stirred, their essence vibrating with the pulse of the universe, a reminder of the deep interconnection that wove through all life. Just as Marie felt the first flickers of hope ignite within her, another storm surged on the horizon, threatening to consume the fragile moment. Jacques' boat, lost to the storm, was now a mere silhouette against the tempest. The Nzambi gathered, their attention turning to the chaos that threatened to drown them all. With a shared purpose, they prepared to unleash their fury upon those who dared disrespect the sacred balance of life. And in that charged atmosphere, Marie realized that her plea for her son was but a thread in a much larger tapestry, one that tied together the fates of many, woven through the currents of history and the ebb and flow of existence itself. As the storm grew nearer, the tension thickened, and the night held its breath, suspended between hope and despair, waiting for the next wave to crash. Lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating the darkened landscape with its fierce, blinding glare. The air hummed with an electric tension, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. In that moment, the Impundulu stirred, its enormous wings casting shadows that danced like flickering phantoms on the ground below. This was no ordinary bird. It was a creature of legend, a harbinger of storms, and an embodiment of the very forces of nature. In the villages scattered across southern Africa, stories of the Impundulu were told in hushed tones around flickering fires. Elders warned of its power, recounting the many lives it had touched or ruined. The Impundulu was said to summon rain and lightning, its cries echoing ominously through the night. Villagers claimed that when the bird appeared, it was both a blessing and a curse. Children listened wide-eyed as their parents spun tales of the bird's vibrant plumage, sparkling like jewels against a tempestuous sky. But woven among the awe-filled stories were warnings. This was a creature that could sense the desires of the heart, and it would twist them into something dark and dangerous. One such story began with a young girl named Thandi, whose spirit was as bright as the sun itself. She had dreams of becoming a healer, of learning the ancient ways passed down through generations. But in her village there were those who sought power for themselves, those who whispered of curses and dark magic. Thandi, innocent and full of hope, would often wander into the hills, searching for herbs and roots, unaware that the Impundulu watched her from the shadows, intrigued by her unyielding spirit. As night fell, the air thickened with humidity, and the winds began to shift. Thandi felt the change, an unsettling chill creeping up her spine. The sky darkened and she hurried home, her heart pounding. Just as she reached her village, a flash of light split the sky. The Impundulu soared above, its wings shimmering with electric energy. Gasps echoed through the village as the people felt the surge of the storm, a mixture of fear and wonder in their eyes. Whispers grew louder as the elders gathered, their faces etched with concern. The Impundulu was known to choose a witch, a person who could command its powers. Would it be Thandi? They had seen the way she wandered through the fields, seemingly untouched by fear. It was said that the bird could transform into a human, a tempting guise that lured the unwary into dark pacts. Thandi's heart raced at the thought. She had heard the stories of those who had accepted the Impundulu's gifts, men and women who had gained incredible strength, control over storms, and prosperity. But those blessings came with a price. The bird would demand something in return, something precious, something that could never be regained. Yet the allure of power was intoxicating, and the villagers' fears only served to fuel her curiosity. On the night of the storm, as thunder rumbled like an ancient beast awakening, Thandi stood at the edge of the forest, her breath visible in the cool night air. She felt a pull, as if the very wind beckoned her closer. With each heartbeat, the storm swelled, and the Impundulu swooped down, its magnificent wings spread wide. The world around her faded into a blur, and in that moment, she was no longer just a girl. She was a seeker, standing on the precipice of fate. The bird landed before her, its eyes sparkling with an otherworldly light. It studied her, reading the depths of her soul, searching for her deepest desires. Thandi felt exposed, vulnerable, and yet strangely empowered. The creature spoke without words, a language of thunder and lightning that resonated within her. It offered her a choice, a chance to wield the forces of nature, to heal the sick and bring prosperity to her people, but it would demand a sacrifice. The air crackled with raw energy, and Thandi felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her like a heavy cloak. The villagers believed that one could gain the power to control storms, but at what cost? Would she lose a part of herself in the bargain? She could hear the echoes of those who had come before her. The laughter and joy turned to despair and regret. But the thought of bringing healing to her people, of being a vessel of hope in a world filled with darkness, pulled her closer. As the lightning danced overhead, illuminating the night sky like a celestial stage, Thandi stepped forward, heart racing with fear and excitement. The Impundulu's wings enveloped her, and she felt the surge of energy coursing through her veins. In that moment, everything changed. She became part of the storm, part of the legend, but at what cost? The villagers below looked up, their faces a mix of fear and awe. They had seen the power of the Impundulu before, but never had they felt its presence so close. Some whispered prayers, while others watched with greedy eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl who might become something more than human. What had she sacrificed? What price awaited her in the shadows? The night was heavy with uncertainty, and as the Impundulu released her, the storm raged on. The winds howled. The skies split open, and rain fell like tears from the heavens. Thandi felt the connection to the bird deep in her soul, but as the storm intensified, she realized that the powers bestowed upon her were not merely gifts, they were chains, binding her to the will of the Impundulu. The villagers gasped as lightning struck fiercely, illuminating the forest with blinding light. The Impundulu took to the skies again, a silhouette against the chaos, but Thandi remained rooted in place, torn between the thrill of newfound power and the haunting realization of the price she may have to pay. In that electrifying moment, she became part of a tale that would echo through generations, one of desire, sacrifice, and the unbreakable links between humanity and the forces of nature. And so, in the midst of the storm, the legend of the Impundulu grew. As the winds howled and the rain poured, the villagers sensed the change in the air, the delicate balance between power and consequence, joy and despair, and the haunting call of the bird that could make dreams come true or turn them into nightmares. The night was alive with the pulse of magic and danger, and the tale was far from over. Staring at the Sphinx was like gazing into the soul of ancient Egypt itself. Its stone eyes, worn yet resolute, seemed to whisper secrets of a time long past. This creature, half man, half lion, stood sentinel over the vast desert, guarding the burial grounds of the pharaohs. Each grain of sand that swirled in the wind told a story, but none were as compelling as that of the Sphinx. It loomed large, larger than life, as if it held the fate of the world within its massive paws. Centuries ago, under a sun that beat down with unwavering intensity, the Sphinx was not merely a statue, it was a protector, a guardian of tombs that housed the greatest kings of Egypt. Each pharaoh believed that after death they would rise again, and the Sphinx watched over them with timeless vigilance. The air was thick with anticipation, for those who dared to approach felt the weight of its gaze upon them, as if it could see through flesh and bone into the very essence of their spirits. With every passing year, the Sphinx endured the elements, its limestone face slowly eroding, yet its presence remained imposing. The ancient Egyptians carved its form not just as an artistic expression, but as a declaration of power and permanence. It was said that the Sphinx was a riddle, a conundrum that tested the minds of those who sought to unlock its mysteries. The riddle echoed throughout history, challenging scholars and adventurers alike. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? The answer, the very essence of humanity's journey, resonated through the ages. Man. Yet there was more to the Sphinx than mere riddles. It was a symbol of endurance, a testament to the legacy of a civilization that had reached extraordinary heights. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, the Sphinx transformed. The golden light illuminated its features, making it seem almost alive. Stories circulated of those who dared to trespass on sacred ground, seeking to uncover hidden treasures. Some had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the shifting sands, while others returned with tales of curses and the wrath of the Sphinx. The fear it inspired was palpable. The guardian of tombs was not to be trifled with. Archaeologists, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, flocked to the site, hoping to unveil the secrets buried beneath the sands. They toiled day and night, brushes in hand, meticulously unearthing fragments of a world lost in time. Yet, even as they unearthed artifacts and hieroglyphs, the Sphinx remained an enigma. What lay beneath the surface of the earth, buried for millennia? Could it be that the Sphinx itself was a door, a passageway to the afterlife? The tension grew as whispers of hidden chambers circulated among the workers. Each chisel strike against stone sent vibrations through the ground, echoing like a heartbeat. The air crackled with anticipation. Was the Sphinx merely a protector, or did it guard something more? The stories of pharaohs and their lavish tombs echoed in the minds of the laborers, reminding them of the stakes. They were not merely excavating. They were entering a realm of the sacred, a world where the past held its breath, waiting for its secrets to be revealed. As they continued their work, they unearthed a series of inscriptions, tales etched in stone that spoke of battles fought and victories won. The Sphinx was not just a witness. It had been a participant in the eternal dance of life and death, a bridge between the living and the dead. The inscriptions spoke of Osiris and Isis, gods who ruled the realms of the afterlife, their stories intertwined with that of the Sphinx. Each carving added layers to the narrative, each discovery raising more questions than it answered. Among the workers, a young boy named Amir quickly became swept up in the magic of it all. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he listened to the elders recount stories of the Sphinx. He imagined himself as a brave adventurer, standing in the shadow of the great beast, feeling its ancient power surging through him. But deep down he felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of what lay beneath the sands. Was it treasure or something far more sinister? One night, during a full moon, Amir could no longer contain his curiosity. The Sphinx, bathed in silver light, seemed to beckon him closer. Heart racing, he approached its massive paw, brushing his fingers against the cool stone. He could almost hear a low hum, a whisper carried by the night breeze. Suddenly, a wind swept past him, stirring the sand in a playful dance. It swirled around him, wrapping him in a cocoon of mystery. He felt a connection, as if the Sphinx was calling out to him, bridging time and space. But then, a chilling thought pierced through his excitement, the tales of those who had gone missing, drawn in by the Sphinx's allure. Amir hesitated, his heart pounding in his chest. Was it just a statue, or was it a living entity, guarding secrets too powerful for mere mortals? The stories of curses and lost souls echoed in his mind, and he stepped back, drawn into a world of uncertainty. The next day, as the sun rose, illuminating the vast expanse of the Giza Plateau, Amir shared his experience with the others. His excitement filled the air. But skepticism clouded the faces of the older workers. They had seen too much, lost too many to the desert's allure. The Sphinx was a guardian, yes, but also a keeper of secrets that were not meant to be disturbed. Yet, in Amir's heart, the quest for answers ignited a fire that could not be extinguished. The Sphinx's presence haunted him, a looming reminder of the mysteries that still lay buried. In the shadows of the magnificent monument, time continued to flow, the past and present intertwined, moving with a rhythm that echoed through the ages, urging those brave enough to listen to the call of the stone guardian. As dusk fell, the Sphinx stood tall, a reminder that some stories are never truly finished, waiting for the next brave soul to uncover their truths. Underneath the vast, open sky of Africa, where the sun paints the horizon in shades of gold and fire, stands a colossal figure, a testament to time itself, the baobab tree. Its trunk, thick and gnarled, rises like a giant sentinel, a living guardian that has watched over countless generations. For centuries, it has been a source of life, shelter, and inspiration, its branches stretching wide, cradling both birds and secrets. As the wind whispers through the leaves, it carries stories of ancient times, echoing the laughter of children who once played beneath its shade. The baobab's bark is rough, yet it tells tales as smooth as silk. The locals say that every scar on its surface is a memory, each groove a chapter in the book of life. If trees could talk, this one would recount a saga of births, deaths, and everything in between. It's said that when the first humans saw this majestic tree, they believed it was the very heart of the earth, a bridge between the heavens and the soil. No wonder, then, that the baobab is often called the tree of life. Fables and legends swirl around the baobab like the dust from the savannah. One compelling legend speaks of a time when animals gathered to discuss the bitter drought that had engulfed the land. The elephant, wise and mighty, suggested the baobab as a solution. "Its fruit can nourish us," he trumpeted, "and its trunk stores water that can quench our thirst." They approached the tree, hopeful and eager, only to find the baobab silently standing, its roots deep in the earth. Then came the storm. Lightning struck the tree, and as if by some divine magic, it burst forth with luscious fruit. The animals rejoiced, grateful for the baobab's gift. From that day on, it became a symbol of resilience, promising life even in the bleakest moments. The villagers would gather under its sprawling branches to celebrate births, hold rituals, and even mourn their losses. In these gatherings, the baobab transformed into a sacred space, a living altar where joy and sorrow coexisted. As twilight fell, shadows danced around the tree, flickering like ghosts of the past. In the village, stories were shared around the fire, nourished by the warmth of the flames. Elders recounted how the baobab served as a meeting point for lovers, its branches forming an archway of hope. When the moonlight bathed the tree in silver, it was said that wishes whispered to the baobab would echo through the night, carried to the spirits who watched over the land. But not all tales of the baobab end in joy. There are darker stories, too, whispers of the spirits that inhabit the tree. Some villagers believe the baobab harbors the souls of ancestors, watching over the living but demanding respect in return. Those who dared to harm the tree faced misfortune, their crops failing, their livestock falling ill. The fear of the tree's wrath kept many at bay, creating a blend of reverence and apprehension. The baobab's majestic presence has inspired artists and poets throughout the ages. Its silhouette, stark against the setting sun, has been painted on murals, its story woven into songs passed down from generation to generation. A painter with a heart full of dreams once stood before the baobab with brush in hand, captivated by its grandeur. Each stroke of paint seemed enchanted, as if the tree whispered its secrets into his soul. His canvas transformed into a vivid tapestry of life, the baobab at its center, radiating strength and wisdom. In the depths of the night, the baobab stretched its limbs toward the stars, as if trying to touch the cosmos. Beneath its watchful gaze, a simple woman named Amina would come to seek solace. She had lost her child to a fever, and her heart ached with a grief so profound that even the sun's warmth seemed cold. Kneeling by the tree's roots, she poured her sorrow into the earth, believing the baobab could cradle her pain. "If only I could feel his laughter again," she murmured, tears mingling with the soil. As if sensing her grief, a gentle breeze rustled through the branches, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Amina closed her eyes, and for a fleeting moment she thought she heard her child's laughter carried on the wind. The baobab felt her heartache, its ancient spirit intertwining with her sorrow, reminding her that life and loss are part of the same cycle. It stood there, not just as a tree, but as a guardian of memories, holding on to the essence of those who had come before. But time is relentless, and with it came the threat of change. As the world around the baobab evolved, so too did the stories. Once a thriving hub of life, the area began to see encroachment from modern society. Roads were built, and the tree, a steadfast monument, became a backdrop for advertisements and commerce. Yet, even amidst encroaching shadows, the baobab held firm. It stood as a reminder of the past, a story etched in its bark, waiting patiently for the world to remember. In the village, children still played beneath its branches, their laughter echoing against the ancient trunk. They climbed its limbs, fearless and joyful, oblivious to the weight of history that rested above them. They wove garlands of its flowers, pretending they were crowns fit for kings and queens. The baobab remained their fortress, a playground steeped in magic and wonder. Even as night fell and darkness draped the land, the baobab continued to breathe life into the stories it held. It stood strong against the winds of change, a beacon of hope amidst uncertainty. Each knot and twist in its bark told tales of resilience, of love lost and found, of a community forever intertwined with its fate. As the stars twinkled above, the baobab remained a steadfast guardian, its heart beating in rhythm with the land. Each passing moment was a reminder of the stories yet to unfold, of dreams waiting to take root in the fertile soil below. The echoes of laughter, whispers of grief, and the pulse of life wrapped around the baobab like a cloak, forever entwined, forever alive. In the warm glow of a setting sun, waves whispered secrets to the shore, their soft rhythm echoing the tales of old. The air was thick with salt and stories, and as the ocean danced with shimmering hues of orange and blue, beneath its surface lay treasures untold, guarded by Olokun, the Yoruba god of the ocean and wealth. His presence was as profound as the depths he ruled, an enigma woven into the fabric of both water and spirit. Olokun was no ordinary deity. His essence surged through the waves, a powerful force that commanded respect and reverence. He was a figure of duality, gentle and fierce, nurturing and wrathful. His eyes, as deep as the ocean trenches, held secrets of countless shipwrecks and the riches they surrendered to his watery domain. The stories of sailors lost at sea were but whispers of dread that drifted on the breeze, each one a reminder of how Olokun could embrace or consume those who dared to challenge his sovereignty. In the ancient Yoruba lands, the people recognized Olokun not only as the ruler of the ocean, but also as the guardian of wealth. He was believed to bless his followers with prosperity, his blessings flowing like the tides. Fishermen would offer prayers and sacrifices, casting their nets with hope in their hearts, knowing that Olokun's favor could fill their boats to the brim with fish. The wealth he provided was not merely material. It was a connection to the divine, a reminder that the bounty of the sea was a gift from the earth's heart. Festivals in honor of Olokun were vibrant spectacles, a tapestry of color and sound that drew communities together. Drums would thump in a rhythm that mimicked the pounding surf, and dancers adorned in sea-blue fabric swirled like the currents of the ocean itself. The air would fill with the scent of offerings, coconuts, yams, and the fresh catch of the day, each item a tribute to the god who governed their livelihoods. Laughter mingled with chants, creating an atmosphere electric with anticipation and gratitude. Yet the ocean was not always a friend. On stormy nights when the winds howled like wild beasts and the waves crashed like thunder, Olokun's fury could unleash chaos. Fishermen would huddle in their homes, praying fervently for calm, their hearts racing with fear of losing not just their boats, but their lives. In those moments, the stories of Olokun shifted, transforming from one of benevolence to an awe-striking reminder of nature's raw power. Legends told of travelers who, lured by the promise of wealth, ventured too close to the ocean's edge. They spoke of glimmering gold beneath the waves, of pearls that could buy kingdoms. But the ocean, under Olokun's watchful gaze, was a trickster. Those who sought to seize its treasures without respect often found themselves swallowed by the depths. The waves would rise as if mocking their greed, dragging them down into the dark where Olokun ruled supreme. Warnings echoed through generations: respect the ocean, honor the god. But Olokun was not just a figure of fear, he was also a source of inspiration. Artists depicted him in vivid murals, his figure adorned with shells and aquatic creatures, his face both fierce and serene. Stories of his exploits were told by grandmothers to children gathered by the flickering light of the fire, their eyes wide with wonder. In those tales, Olokun was a protector, a father figure who watched over his people, ensuring their safety and prosperity. As the night deepened, the ocean transformed. The moonlight shimmered on the water, creating a silvery path that seemed to invite the brave and the curious. Fishermen recounted tales of Olokun's mystical fish, creatures that glowed with otherworldly light, leading them to bountiful catches. On quiet nights, when the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, the whispers of the ocean could be heard, soft and inviting, calling out to those willing to listen and honor the balance of give and take. As dawn broke, revealing a new day, the ocean stirred with life. Dolphins danced at the surface and seabirds cried out, heralding a fresh start, a new chapter. Olokun watched over them, his spirit woven into every wave, ensuring the cycle of life continued. He was both ancient and eternal, a constant amidst the ebb and flow of time. The stories of Olokun reached far beyond the shores of Yoruba lands. Explorers who traveled across oceans carried tales of his power, fascinated by the richness the ocean bestowed upon those who revered it. The vast waters became a symbol of hope and potential, a reminder that treasure could be found not just in gold, but in the bonds of community, tradition, and the shared respect for nature's bounty. As the sun climbed higher, illuminating the vibrant culture that thrived along the coasts, the legacy of Olokun endured. His influence seeped into daily life, through songs, art, and rituals that celebrated the ocean and its gifts. Even in the bustling markets where fish were sold and stories exchanged, Olokun's presence lingered, reminding all that true wealth lay in harmony with the world around them. And so the ocean continued to breathe, each wave a heartbeat of Olokun himself. The stories, rich and layered, flowed like the tides, carrying with them the hopes and fears of those who dared to dream by its shores. In every drop of water, in every sparkle of light, the spirit of Olokun thrived, waiting for the next moment of connection, the next story to be woven into the tapestry of existence. The ocean echoed with the promise of adventure and the solemnity of respect, always inviting, always guarding those who walk the line between reverence and desire. In a small, dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls as the soft glow of a single candle flickered. The air was thick with anticipation, charged with the weight of untold stories. A figure moved cautiously, their breath shallow, as they approached a weathered book resting on an ancient wooden table. This book was not just any collection of tales. It held the whispers of two worlds, two cultures, and two peoples whose fates intertwined in mysterious ways. The golem, an animated creature of clay, had long been a guardian in Jewish folklore, a protector born from the need to shield a community from the harshness of a world often indifferent to their suffering. Yet, across the oceans and miles away, in the heart of Africa, another layer of this tale was waiting to be unveiled. The golem's origins trace back to 16th century Prague, where stories tell of Rabbi Judah Loew, a man whose heart ached for his people, besieged by persecution and violence. With fervent prayer and profound wisdom, he fashioned a being from the earth, a loyal servant born from clay and given life through sacred incantations. The golem stood tall, a silent sentinel in a world filled with injustice, embodying hope and resilience. But as the tale twisted and turned, it became clear that the golem was more than a mere protector. It was a reflection of human fears, desires, and the complexities of creation itself. In the vibrant landscapes of Africa, similar tales emerged from the depths of oral tradition. Stories of beings crafted from the earth, infused with spirit and purpose, echoed through the generations. In the San People's ancient narratives, one finds the Chilbi, a figure woven from the very fabric of the land, serving as both guardian and a reminder of the sacred bond between the people and their environment. The golem, with its clay-based existence, resonated with African myths, where earth and spirit intertwined seamlessly. A shiver ran down the spine of the figure in the candlelit room as they turned the pages, uncovering the connections that made the heart race and the imagination soar. Were the tales of the golem synonymous with the stories told by African tribes? At that moment, the boundaries of geography and culture began to blur, drawing a vivid picture of shared human experience. The clay of the golem echoed the mud of the African earth, both serving as vessels of creation, both embodying the struggle for identity and belonging. As night fell heavy outside, a storm began to brew, the winds howling like lost souls seeking solace. The figure sat entranced, feeling the pulse of the story seep into their being. Each word, each legend, connected the past to the present, weaving a tapestry rich with emotion. The golem's tragic end, the loss of control and the danger of power, compared hauntingly to the African myths that warned against the hubris of man. Both cultures grappled with creation and destruction, the delicate balance between protection and peril. From the vibrant markets of Marrakesh to the heart of Cairo, tales of creation echoed through the streets, resonating with the golem's own journey. There was a shared understanding of the clay and earth as raw materials of life, molded by the hands of those who dared to dream. The figure leaned closer, heart racing as the stories intertwined like threads of fate, binding the Jewish and African narratives into a singular, powerful entity. The candle flickered violently, casting ominous shadows that seemed to stretch and pulse, almost alive. With each flicker, the stories spoke louder, the voices of ancient ancestors rising from the pages. The golem, once a protector, now seemed to echo with the cries of those who had faced oppression and injustice. The emotional weight pressed down, a reminder that power could be a double-edged sword, capable of both guarding and destroying. The figure felt a cold shiver, a ghostly reminder of the consequences of unbridled ambition. The golem, though created with noble intentions, became a figure of fear and regret as it succumbed to the very chaos it was meant to contain. In the African tales, too, there were warnings etched into the fabric of the stories, teaching that power without wisdom could lead to ruin. The lessons of both cultures resonated, reverberating in the air like a haunting melody that tugged at the heartstrings. The storm outside raged on, a testament to the tumultuous emotions swirling within. The stories of the golem and the African creations were not mere tales, but powerful narratives that transcended time and space. They spoke of humanity's desire to create, to protect, and to understand the delicate dance of existence. The figure, caught in the whirlwind of these intertwined legacies, felt the urge to reach out, to grasp the essence of the stories that had shaped lives across continents. As the candle flickered low, the space around transformed, the shadows growing thicker, wrapping around like a cloak of secrets waiting to be revealed. Every heartbeat echoed the rhythm of ancient drums and whispered incantations, connecting the Jewish and African souls in ways that could not be ignored. The golem and its African kin danced together in the minds of those who dared to listen, weaving a narrative rich in emotion, tension and unresolved questions. With the final breath of the candlelight, the shadows merged into a single entity, a looming presence of clay and earth, embodying the dreams and fears of countless generations. The stories were alive, pulsing with energy, drawing the figure ever deeper into their embrace, where the lines of history blurred and the true essence of humanity shone through. A tapestry woven from the threads of struggle, hope, and the enduring quest for meaning. The night whispered on, holding tightly to its secrets, preparing for the unveiling of the next chapter, where the stories of the world would continue to unfold, reaching across the ages. In the beginning, there was silence, a vast expanse of nothingness stretching infinitely in all directions. Then came a whisper, soft yet powerful, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. It was the voice of Mulungu, the Creator, who breathed life into the void. As his words echoed through the emptiness, the earth trembled, and from the darkness sprang forth mountains, rivers, and forests. The sun awoke, casting golden light upon these newly formed lands. The world was alive, vibrant, pulsing with energy. But creation was not a solitary endeavor. With Mulungu came the spirits, each one woven into the fabric of existence like threads in a tapestry. These were not mere figments of imagination. They were protectors, guardians of the land and its people. They watched over the Bantu, guiding them through the trials of life, whispering wisdom in their ears, and sparking hope in their hearts. Each spirit had its own story, its own power, and it was said that the strength of the Bantu lay in their connection to these ancient beings. As the people settled, they sang songs that spoke of their origins, honoring the spirits that walked alongside them. The rhythm of the drumbeats echoed through the village, a heartbeat of unity. When a child was born, the elders gathered, their faces lit by the flickering light of a fire as they called upon the protector spirits. The child would be blessed, entered into a bond with those who would defend and guide them throughout life's journey. But life was not without its shadows. Darkness loomed in the form of greed, jealousy, and the threat of rival tribes. One evening the winds howled, carrying with them the chilling cries of war. A neighboring tribe sought to claim the lands that the Bantu had nurtured. Fear gripped the hearts of the villagers, a cold knot tightening in their chests. Hope seemed to flicker like a candle in a storm. In that moment of despair, a figure emerged from the shadows of the great baobab tree, its gnarled roots stretching deep into the earth. It was the spirit of the great lion, a protector known as Mfalme, the king. His eyes gleamed with the ferocity of 1,000 suns, and as he stepped forward, the villagers felt a surge of courage awaken within them. Mfalme roared, a sound that shook the ground and sent shivers down their spines. The villagers found their resolve in his presence, their fear dissipating like morning mist under the sun. The battle that ensued was fierce, with drums pounding a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the land. Mfalme fought valiantly, his spirit intertwining with those of the brave men and women who stood beside him. Together they became a force of nature, a whirlwind of strength and unity. The cries of the warriors mixed with the roars of the lion, creating a cacophony that resonated through the mountains and valleys, a message that only the spirits could understand. But it was not just Mfalme who fought. Many spirits rose to defend their people. The spirit of the river, known as Nyami, surged forth, its waters becoming a torrent that swept away the enemy's arrows. The forest spirits whispered in the ears of the Bantu, guiding their hands and feet, ensuring they moved with grace and precision. The earth itself seemed to tremble in response, shaking off the invaders as the very ground became a shield. As the night wore on, the stars above bore witness to this epic struggle. They twinkled brightly, each one a reminder of the ancestors who had come before, those who had walked the same path and faced their own battles. The air crackled with energy, infused with the spirit's presence, and an overwhelming sense of pride surged through the hearts of the Bantu. But even in victory, there were costs. The aftermath of the clash left many wounded, both in body and spirit. The villagers gathered once more around the sacred fire, their eyes reflecting the flames as they mourned their losses. They called upon the spirits to heal their wounds, to guide their hearts toward forgiveness and understanding. In that moment of vulnerability, the bond between the living and the spirits deepened. They were not alone. They were part of a larger story, a cycle of life and death, of creation and destruction. Among the mourners was a woman named Amina, whose heart carried the weight of loss heavier than most. Her brother had fought bravely but had not returned. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she felt the gentle brush of a spirit's presence, a comforting balm on her pain. The spirit of the night, recognized by its shimmering light, whispered to her, promising that her brother's essence would forever remain in the fabric of their people, a thread woven into the grand tapestry of life. As she knelt, the fire flickered, casting shadows that danced like memories. Amina's sorrow transformed into strength, a reminder that the spirits lived on through their stories, through the lives they touched. The connection to the ancestors was palpable, a web of love and courage binding the past to the present, extending into the future. In the days that followed, the villagers rebuilt their homes and their hearts. They sang songs of gratitude to the spirits that protected them, each note a promise to honor their legacy. The laughter of children echoed through the valleys, a reminder that life persisted, that even in grief there was hope. Mfalme watched over them, his presence a silent vow that they would never face the darkness alone. As the sun set on the horizon, casting hues of orange and purple across the sky, the Bantu gathered once more around the sacred fire. Stories of creation, of the spirits, and of the battles fought and won filled the air, weaving a tapestry of resilience and love. The flames flickered, illuminating their faces and hearts, and they knew, in that moment, that they were part of something greater, an unbreakable bond with the spirits that protected them and the land they cherished. And as the stars began to twinkle overhead, the whisper of the spirits grew louder, weaving through the fabric of the night, hinting at the stories yet to come. Tales of courage, of loss, and of hope that would echo through generations, binding them all in a story without end. Under the pale light of a waning moon, the village lay silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves as a chill wind whispered through the night. Shadows danced in the flickering lantern glow, their shapes twisting and stretching like the dark thoughts that haunted the minds of those who dared to remember the old stories. Among these tales, the legend of the were-hyena lingered, a haunting presence forcing villagers to lock their doors tight and keep their children close. In the ancient traditions of East Africa, the were-hyena was more than just a creature of nightmares. It represented the fragile boundary between humanity and savagery. This shapeshifter was said to wear the skin of a hyena while its heart still beat with the blood of a man. The duality of its existence sparked fear and intrigue, a reflection of the darkness that lay hidden in the souls of men. In the cool dusk of the marketplace, an elder spoke of the were-hyena's curse, a warning wrapped in the guise of a tale. Those who sought to hunt the hyena found themselves haunted by its mocking laughter, he recounted, his voice low and gravelly. It was a sound that sent shivers through the spines of listeners, a reminder that the line between hunter and hunted was often blurred. The villagers would nod, eyes wide as they imagined the beast lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the moon hung high, its silver glow illuminating the dark corners of their fears. Not long ago, an ambitious young man named Juma was drawn to the stories like a moth to a flame. With dreams of becoming a hero, he scoffed at the tales of the were-hyena's malevolence. "What is a beast compared to a man's courage?" he would boast, his laughter echoing through the village. But as the sun set on his confidence, darkness seeped into the corners of his mind. The more he dismissed the tales, the more they festered within him, transforming from mere folklore into an insatiable curiosity. One night, spurred by a blend of bravado and foolishness, Juma ventured into the nearby forest where the creatures were said to roam. The moon hung like a watchful eye, its light casting eerie shadows that seemed to breathe. Heart-pounding, he stepped deeper into the woods, determined to confront the beast and prove its existence as nothing more than a myth. Yet, with each crunch of dried leaves beneath his feet, he felt an unsettling awareness, as if unseen eyes watched him from the darkness. It was then that he heard it, a haunting call, like laughter twisted into something sinister, echoing through the trees. The sound sent a wave of goosebumps racing across his skin, turning his bravado into ice-cold fear. Juma's heart raced, each beat a reminder of his own mortality. He turned to flee, but the shadows thickened around him, as if the very essence of the forest conspired to keep him there. Legend spoke of those who encountered the were-hyena and returned changed, their souls forever marked by the experience. Some said they could hear the hyena's laughter in their dreams, an echo of the primal instincts that lingered just beneath the surface of civility. As Juma stumbled through the trees, he could feel it, an awakening of something deep within him, an urge that clawed at his reason. The boundary of man began to blur, and for the first time he began to understand the true nature of the beast. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Its form shifting and rippling like a mirage, Juma's breath caught in his throat as the creature stepped into the moonlight, half man, half beast, eyes gleaming with a mix of hunger and mischief. The were-hyena stood before him, a grotesque embodiment of the fears he had dismissed. Its laughter echoed, rich and throaty, a sound that resonated deep within his bones. In that moment, Juma felt a chilling understanding. This creature was not just a monster, but a reflection of the wildness that lay dormant within him and every person who dared to dream too big or tread too close to the edge. As the were-hyena lunged forward, Juma stumbled back, the primal instincts awakening in him. He became acutely aware of every fiber of his being. The raw, unfiltered emotions surged as he faced the beast. Would he fight? Would he run? The very essence of humanity wrestled with the instinct to survive, to become one with the darkness that had always lurked beneath the surface. In that heartbeat, Juma recognized the duality of existence, the man and the beast trapped within the same skin. The creature's laughter pierced the silence, a mocking chorus that echoed through the night. Juma could feel the pull, the temptation to embrace the wildness that beckoned from the depths of his spirit. Terror and exhilaration intertwined within him, a cocktail of fear so potent it could drown a lesser soul. As the were-hyena lunged once more, a question echoed in his mind. Who was the true monster? The moonlit forest swirled around him, a vortex of shadows and light, as the lines between man and beast began to dissolve. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted, and as the laughter rang out once again, Juma found himself caught in a web woven from ancient myths and present fears. The hunter had become the hunted, yet the thrill of that transformation held him captive. And as the creature closed in, Juma understood that the story was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter in an age-old tale. The laughter of the were-hyena filled the air, echoing into the night, intertwining with the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of other unknown beasts lurking just beyond the edge of the light. The shadows danced, and the allure of the wild, the whispers of the beast, called him closer, beckoning him to step beyond the boundaries of man and embrace the untamed spirit lying in wait. The world was full of stories like his, tales of transformation, of the thin line between humanity and animal instinct, and they were all waiting to be told. In the darkness of a moonless night, an eerie silence enveloped the African landscape, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a night bird. It was the kind of silence that wrapped itself around you, thick and heavy, leaving a chill in the air. Villagers whispered warnings, their faces pale and drawn, as tales of the Zimwi slipped through their lips like old, tired ghosts. The Zimwi was not just a monster, it was a shadow that loomed over the hearts of the people, a man-eating creature said to lurk on the edges of the jungle, hungry for unwary souls. The legend of the Zimwi stretched back through the ages, intertwined with the lives of those who lived in its grasp. It was said to have the body of a man, but the head of a beast, a face twisted with hunger, eyes burning with a sinister glow. The creature roamed the land, leaving behind nothing but fear, its monstrous appetite leaving entire villages in despair. Children huddled around fires, clutching their mothers, while their fathers sharpened sticks and whispered prayers, pleading for protection against the lurking threat. In a small village near the edge of a vast savanna, the air was thick with tension one fateful night. A group of brave hunters had decided to venture into the forest, armed with little more than courage and ancient tales of ancestors who had faced the Zimwi before. They had heard of its terrible roar, a sound that echoed like thunder through the trees, a warning that would send shivers down the spine of even the fiercest warrior. They believed they could kill the beast, believing that the stories of its invincibility were merely the ramblings of those too afraid to confront their fears. As they stepped into the tangled underbrush, the world around them transformed. The trees loomed high, their branches intertwining like the fingers of ancient spirits reaching out to protect their sacred ground. A mist crept along the forest floor, curling around the hunters' ankles, thickening with every step they took. The air turned cold, and the deeper they went, the more they could feel the weight of something watching them. Shadows danced at the edges of their vision, but when they turned to look, nothing was there. Anxiety hung like a heavy fog, thickening their throats and making their hearts race. Soon the hunters began to hear it, a low growl, deep and menacing, reverberating through the trees. It felt alive, a sound that vibrated in their bones. They exchanged nervous glances, trying to convince themselves that it was just the wind, just the branches moving. But deep down, they knew better. The Zimwi was near. It was not just a monster of flesh and blood, but a nightmare made real, fueled by the fears of everyone who had ever whispered its name. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes sent them jumping back, hearts pounding in their chests. Each man tightened his grip on his weapon, eyes darting to the shadows. The growl grew louder, and out from the darkness stepped the Zimwi, its form impossibly massive, muscles rippling under its skin as though it were made of stone and fury. The creature's eyes glowed like embers in the night, lighting up the fear-stricken faces of the hunters. They froze. Breath caught in their throats as the man-eater regarded them with a hunger that seemed to fill the air with a palpable dread. One hunter, trembling but unwilling to back down, took a step forward, yelling a challenge that echoed like a rallying cry. The Zimwi tilted its head, amusement glimmering in its eyes before letting out a roar that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The sound was primal and fierce, a proclamation of its dominion over this land. It was a sound that resonated deep in the hearts of the hunters, awakening in them an instinctive terror, the kind that made every hair on their bodies stand on end. Panic erupted, and the hunters scattered, running in all directions as the Zimwi lunged forward with terrifying speed. The night became a cacophony of screams and the crashing of bodies against the underbrush. Once united, the hunters were now just prey, each man fighting for his life against the insatiable monster that had become their worst nightmare. They could feel the ground trembling beneath them, the breath of the beast hot on their heels, urging them to run faster, to escape the fate that was closing in. One by one, the cries of the hunters faded into the night, swallowed by the darkness and the unyielding hunger of the Zimwi. It was a merciless predator, relentless in its pursuit, savoring the taste of fear and despair that lingered in the air. The creature, born from the very marrow of ancient fears, reveled in its power, a living embodiment of every cautionary tale told by firesides, every whispered prayer in the dead of night. Back in the village, the fires burned low, smoke curling into the sky. The elders gathered, their faces lined with worry, recounting the stories of the Zimwi once more, of how it had taken the brave, the foolhardy, and the unsuspecting. Each tale was a prayer, a plea for the hunters to return, though deep inside they all knew the truth. The Zimwi was a beast that thrived on fear, and those who sought to face it often became part of its legend, their names forever etched into the dark fabric of the night. The forest waited, patient and still as if it held its breath. Knowing that the Zimwi would soon be sated but always hungry for more, the cycle of terror would continue, feeding off the fears of those who dared to challenge it, weaving a never-ending tapestry of heroism and tragedy. Even as the stars twinkled coldly above, the shadows grew longer, and the whispers of the Zimwi echoed in the hearts of those who remained, a haunting reminder that in the wild, the line between man and monster is as thin as the flickering flame of a dying fire. In the stillness of a moonlit night, the air crackled with an energy that throbbed like a heartbeat, echoing the pulse of the earth beneath. Shadows danced among the trees as whispers of ancient spirits hummed in the wind, a song that only those attuned could hear. It was during these sacred hours that the Rugu stirred, guardians of an ancient tradition, their very essence woven into the fabric of voodoo. To the untrained eye, the Rugu appeared as ethereal figures cloaked in shimmering light, but those who understood saw them as fierce protectors, fierce as the storms that swept across the bayou. Each Rugu embodied the spirits of ancestors, powerful beings who had walked the earth and fought for the freedom of their people. They were more than mere spirits. They were the heart and soul of voodoo, a living testament to survival against the odds. Beneath their watchful gaze, practitioners felt a surge of courage, a connection to a history rich with struggle and triumph. The stories passed down through generations spoke of the Rugu's unwavering loyalty. They were said to appear in times of great need, answering the calls of those who ventured into the mystical world of voodoo. People whispered, sharing tales of nights when the Rugu manifested with striking clarity, their presence filling the air with a crackling energy that set the hairs on the back of one's neck on edge. These encounters were not merely figments of imagination. They were spiritual awakenings, moments when the past collided with the present. In a small village nestled within the lush greenery of Louisiana, an old woman named Marie became a beacon for the weary and lost. Her door was always open, inviting those who sought guidance into her humble abode. Marie spoke softly, her words like a gentle breeze that calmed the storm within restless souls. She often recounted how the Rugu had saved her family from despair during the darkest days of her youth, when harsh storms threatened to destroy their home. With each retelling, the villagers leaned in closer, their hearts pounding with anticipation. One fateful night, a young girl named Lila, frightened and alone, sought refuge in Marie's warm embrace. Lila had been plagued by nightmares, visions of danger that danced at the edge of her consciousness. With trembling hands, she explained how she felt the Rugu watching over her, their presence both comforting and terrifying. Marie, her eyes sparkling with the wisdom of ages, nodded knowingly. "The Rugu protect those who have the courage to call upon them," she said, wrapping her arms around Lila, enveloping her in warmth. As the night deepened, the two sat by the flickering candlelight, and Marie began to chant. The words flowed from her like a river, rich and powerful, echoing the prayers of those who had come before. Lila's heart raced as she closed her eyes, feeling the air shift, the very fabric of reality bending in response to the incantation. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and Lila felt the unmistakable presence of the Rugu surrounding her. It was both exhilarating and frightening, a dance between dread and hope. In that moment, Lila understood the connection that bound her to the Rugu. They were not just spirits. They were her ancestors, her protectors, urging her to face her fears with strength. She could feel their energy surging through her, a palpable force that ignited her spirit. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows that twisted and turned, as if the Rugu themselves were coming forth to join the circle of light, encouraging her to find her voice and stand tall. In the days that followed, Lila began to see the world differently. The once ominous shadows that haunted her now felt like whispers of encouragement. She walked through the village with newfound confidence, sharing stories of the Rugu and their protective power. But not everyone believed. Doubters and skeptics lurked in the corners, casting shadows on her light. But Lila refused to back down. She carried the strength of her ancestors within her, a flame that could not be extinguished. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lila gathered the villagers for a ceremony under the stars, the air thick with anticipation. She stood before them, her heart racing, and called upon the Rugu to manifest. The murmurs of doubt fell silent as the wind began to stir, wrapping around them like a cloak. The sky darkened, and the first sparks of light appeared, swirling and dancing in the night, illuminating the faces of those gathered. The Rugu emerged, their figures glowing with a fierce intensity, a reminder of the strength and resilience that coursed through the veins of her ancestors. Gasps of awe and fear filled the air as the villagers beheld the spirits that had come to life before them. In that moment, the line between the physical world and the spirit realm blurred, creating a bridge that connected them to their past. The Rugu looked down upon them with love and fierceness, urging them to remember their roots and honor the struggles that had shaped their lives. Lila felt the energy swell around her, filling her with a rush of emotion. She understood now that the Rugu were not just protectors, they were the embodiment of hope, a guiding light in the darkest of times. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she urged her fellow villagers to reconnect with their heritage, to honor the spirits that fought for their freedom, and to carry their legacy forward. As the ceremony reached its peak, the Rugu's presence surged through the crowd, igniting a flame of unity and strength. Lila felt their energy enveloping her, wrapping her in a cocoon of love that banished the shadows of doubt. Hope danced in the air like fireflies, twinkling in the darkness, a beautiful reminder that they were never alone. But even as the night unfolded, a storm brewed in the distance, a reminder of the trials that lay ahead. The Rugu, ever watchful, seemed to whisper warnings in the wind, a harbinger of challenges yet to come. Lila's heart raced, knowing that she had awakened something powerful within her community, a force that would need to be reckoned with, tested by the very storms that sought to threaten their light. As the first drops of rain began to fall, the villagers looked to each other, their faces a mixture of fear and determination. The Rugu had shown them their strength, but would that be enough? Would they stand together against the tempest? The night was full of promise, yet cloaked in uncertainty, the tension palpable as they gathered, hands clasped tightly. Hearts beating as one beneath the watchful gaze of the Rugu, they were ready to face whatever lay ahead, emboldened by the spirits that protected them, a testament to the enduring legacy of voodoo, ready to fight for their place in a world that often sought to erase their history. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the world held its breath, a low growl echoed through the misty hills of East Africa, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to roam the land. This was the haunting call of the Nandi bear, a creature etched in the folklore of the Nandi people, a monster born of shadows and whispered fears. Legends spoke of its massive frame, bristled fur glistening like the dew-kissed grass, and fierce eyes that glowed like molten gold under the pale moonlight. It was not just another animal, it was the embodiment of terror, a force that struck fear into the hearts of every villager, a beast that lingered in tales passed down through generations. The Nandi bear was said to roam the lush, verdant landscapes of Kenya, where the rolling hills met the vast skies, and the air was thick with the scent of adventure and danger. Children huddled close to their mothers as tales unfolded beside flickering fires. The stories told of villagers who vanished into the night, never to return, leaving behind only the echo of their laughter and the unsettling silence that followed. Was it the Nandi bear that claimed them? Was it a figment of their imaginations, a creature crafted by fear? The lines blurred, and the more they wondered, the more the beast seemed to grow in their minds. Elders recounted how the Nandi people had once worshipped this creature, believing it to be a guardian of the earth's secrets. In the eyes of the Nandi, the bear was not merely a monster but a keeper of balance, a creature that demanded respect and reverence. They told of sacrifices made at the foot of ancient trees, where offerings of fruits and grains were left, hoping to appease the mighty beast that roamed the night. As the tales spread, so did the fear that the Nandi bear was not just a guardian but also a punisher, ready to unleash its fury on those who dared to disturb the tranquility of its domain. One stormy night, with thunder crashing like drums in the distance, a young boy named Kipkoich decided to test the legends. His curiosity burned brighter than his fear as he wandered into the forest armed with only a flickering lantern and a heart full of bravado. The wind howled through the trees, creating an eerie symphony that seemed to call his name. Kipkoech could hear the whispers of his ancestors urging him to turn back, yet he pressed on, each step resonating with the pulse of the earth beneath him. Then, suddenly, silence enveloped him. A deep, suffocating silence that was more terrifying than any growl. The lantern flickered, casting ghostly shadows that danced around him. The stillness was broken by a rustle, a low growl reverberating through the air like a distant thunderclap. Kipkoich's heart raced. He turned to run but fell to his knees, staring wide-eyed into the darkness where a massive silhouette emerged. It was the Nandi bear, a beast unlike anything he had imagined, muscles rippling beneath matted fur, its breath coming in heavy puffs that clouded the air. In that moment, time stood still. Kipkoech's fear morphed into a strange kind of admiration. The creature moved gracefully despite its size, each step deliberate as it approached. The boy felt an overwhelming pull, as if the bear's presence held answers to questions unasked, stories untold. But fear remained a stubborn companion, gripping his throat as the bear paused, its golden eyes locking onto his, searching, understanding. The tension in the air crackled as the boy whispered a prayer, a plea for mercy and understanding. The Nandi bear stood tall, its form majestic and fearsome, embodying the wild spirit of the land itself. Kipkoech felt the raw power radiating from it, a reminder of how small and fragile he was in the grand tapestry of life. As the boy's heart thundered in his chest, the bear seemed to shift, its expression softening momentarily before it turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving Kipkoech trembling, breathless, forever changed. Stories of the Nandi bear were not just tales of fear, but of respect for nature, an acknowledgement of the wild forces that coexisted alongside humanity. As the sun rose, casting a golden hue over the land, Kipkoech returned home, forever marked by his encounter. The tales would continue, woven into the rich fabric of Nandi culture, with each recounting adding layers of mystery and emotion. The Nandi bear lived on, not just as a creature of legend, but as a symbol of nature's unpredictability and power, a reminder of the bond between mankind and the wild. In the years that followed, villagers would gather around fires, sharing their own stories of the Nandi bear. Each account was a thread connecting them to the earth, to their ancestors, and to the shared fears and hopes of their community. The bear became a lesson passed down, a story that taught the importance of respecting the unknown, of knowing that some things were far greater than themselves. Yet, even as tales spread, so did the uncertainty. What if the Nandi bear was real? What if it was more than just a figment of imagination? The shadows of the night seemed longer, their whispers more potent, and the air thick with the scent of adventure and fear. As another night stretched across the sky, villagers would listen closely, holding their breath as the growls echoed through the valleys, blending seamlessly with the winds of East Africa. The myths of the Nandi bear would never fade. They were interwoven into the essence of the land, alive in the hearts of those who dared to listen. With every rustle in the bushes, with every distant roar that pierced the night, the legend continued to grow, feeding on the very fears and dreams of the people. The Nandi bear was more than a creature. It was a part of their soul, eternally roaming the hills, waiting for the next curious heart to call its name. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow on the surface of the lake. A faint rustle in the reeds hinted at the presence of something otherworldly. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that sends chills down your spine, like the first notes of a haunting melody drifting through the night. Those who lived near the water spoke in hushed tones of the Fossagrim, a water spirit known for its enchanting music, capable of stirring emotions deep within the heart. The Fossagrim was a creature both feared and revered. Legends whispered that he appeared to those who dared to approach the water, his long hair flowing like the current, eyes reflecting the depths of the lake. He was said to possess a harp made from the finest materials, one that could charm even the most hardened souls. The sound of this harp could make the bravest of men weep, drawing them closer to the edge of the water, where the Fossagrim's voice mingled with the gentle lapping of the waves. Some recalled tales of fishermen who, enchanted by the Fossagrim's music, forgot their boats and nets, surrendering to the spellbinding tunes. They say that the melodies echoed through the valleys and danced with the wind, captivating all who heard them. But it was not just their beauty that set these songs apart. There was a darkness woven into every note, a warning hidden beneath the enchanting sweetness. Those enamored by the melodies often found themselves lost, drifting into a world where time held no sway, leaving their loved ones forever searching. In the small village of Akan, nestled between ancient forests and the shimmering water, the Fossagrim became a part of life's fabric. Mothers warned their children of the spirit's allure, telling tales of souls lured into the depths, never to return. Yet, on warm summer nights when the stars twinkled like diamonds above, some young men and women dared to approach the lake, drawn by the haunting whispers of the Fossagrim's harp. They believed that if they could withstand the music's temptation, they might be granted a gift of their own, an unparalleled skill in playing or singing. One evening, a boy named Eric, his heart full of dreams and reckless ambition, decided to seek out the Fossagrim. He had heard the stories, felt the pull of the music, and yearned for the power to touch hearts with his own songs. As he reached the water's edge, the air crackled with energy, and the world faded into shadow. An ethereal figure emerged from the depths, the Fossagrim, bathed in moonlight, radiating an aura of both allure and danger. "Why do you disturb my waters?" The spirit's voice flowed like the river, smooth yet edged with a warning. Eric felt a shiver run down his spine, but his desire burned brighter than the fear that gripped him. "I seek your music," he responded, his voice steady despite the terror clawing at him. "Teach me to play like you do, and I will not be lost." The Fossagrim's eyes sparkled with mischief and ancient wisdom. "Many have come before you, drawn by the same desire. But remember, child, music is a double-edged sword. It can heal or destroy, lift spirits or break hearts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of your wish?" Eric nodded, determination etched on his face. The spirit gestured, and with a flourish the harp appeared, glistening with an other-worldly light. As the Fossagrim played, the sound was unlike anything Eric had ever heard, a melody that wove itself into the very fabric of his being. Each note resonated with passion, joy, and an overwhelming sense of longing. Eric felt himself being pulled into the rhythm, his heart beating in time with the music as vibrant colors swirled around him. But as the song progressed, shadows crept in, darkening the vibrant hues. Eric could feel a weight settle in his chest, a sensation that something precious would be sacrificed. The Fossagrim's laughter echoed through the air, a haunting reminder of the price of desire. "Can you hear it, young one?" he taunted. the beauty and the pain intertwined. Choose wisely, for to gain the gift of music is to lose a piece of yourself. Eric hesitated, doubt gnawing at him, but the spirits playing had awakened something deep inside him. He could already envision himself on stages, captivating audiences with his talent, his songs flowing like water. He gripped the edge of the dock, mesmerized and terrified, surrendering to the haunting melody that beckoned him forward. As the Fossegrim played on, Eric felt a surge of energy wash over him. He could now hear a soft echo of his own voice harmonizing with the spirit's notes, a perfect blend of beauty and melancholy. The power was intoxicating, a sweet nectar that promised fame and fortune. But in that moment of bliss, a fleeting image flashed before his eyes, a vision of his loved ones, faces etched with worry and despair, searching for him in the dark. The Fossegrim paused, a knowing smile curling on his lips as if he could sense Eric's turmoil. "You feel it, don't you? The pull of ambition and the ties of love. One will lead you to glory, while the other may shatter your heart. Choose." The weight of the decision pressed down on Eric, and as the spirit resumed playing, the melodies grew more intense, swirling around him like a tempest. Each note tugged at his heartstrings, drawing him deeper into the enchanted web. He could taste the thrill of becoming a master musician, adored and celebrated. But with each note, he also felt the sharp bite of loss, the looming darkness of isolation. The tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as Eric stood at the precipice of his fate, heart racing, the haunting beauty of the Fossegrim's music filling his soul with both longing and dread. Would he yield to the siren's song, or would he break free, returning to the world he knew? The Fossegrim's laughter echoed, a chilling reminder of the stakes at hand, as Eric wrestled with the greatest choice of his life, and the melody continued to weave its spell around him, binding him tighter with every beat. The wind howled through the ancient trees, carrying whispers of old stories as the sun dipped below the horizon. Shadows danced across the earth, and the air was thick with the scent of damp soil and wild flowers. In this sacred land, the Ndoro rested, a spirit embodying the very essence of the earth. To the people who had lived in these mountains for generations, the Ndoro was not just a belief, it was the heartbeat of their existence, the protector of their home, and the source of their strength. In villages nestled between rolling hills, the elders spoke of the Ndoro in reverent tones, their voices low and trembling with emotions that surged like the rivers that wound through the valleys. Children listened wide-eyed, feeling the warmth of the stories wrap around them like a comforting blanket. They were taught to respect the land, to see the Ndoro in the glimmering water, the rustle of leaves, and the sturdy mountains that stood watch over them. As dusk fell, one such child, a boy named Kuda, ventured into the woods, drawn by an inexplicable force. He had heard the tales of the Ndoro, but tonight felt different. It was as if the spirit was calling to him. With each step, he felt the earth pulse beneath his feet, a rhythm that matched the beat of his heart. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling secrets that only he could hear. Fear mingled with exhilaration as he pressed on, curiosity igniting a fire within him. The night deepened, and the moon cast an ethereal glow over the landscape. Kuda reached a clearing where the air hummed with energy. At its center stood an ancient stone, weathered by time but imbued with a power that made his skin tingle. This was the altar of the Ndoro, a sacred site known only to a few. The stories had prepared him for this moment, but nothing could have readied his heart for the surge of emotion that swept over him. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a deep rumble echoed through the air, as if the earth itself was awakening. Kuda fell to his knees, overwhelmed. He felt a presence surround him, a warmth that enveloped him like a mother's embrace. The Ndoro was there, watching over him, protecting him, and he could feel its sorrow. The earth had been wounded, by greed, by neglect, by those who had forgotten its importance. Kuda's heart ached as he realized that the spirit was not merely a guardian. It was a living embodiment of the struggles faced by his people and their land. As the wind howled again, memories flooded Kuda's mind, a tapestry of the past woven from laughter, tears, and resilience. He saw his ancestors, standing strong against the encroaching forces of destruction. He felt their determination, their love for the land, and the sacrifices they made to keep the spirit alive. The Ndoro was their legacy, a reminder that they were not just caretakers of the land, but also its warriors. In that moment of clarity, Kuda stood up, fists clenched and heart racing. He understood that he, too, was a protector. A surge of courage filled him, igniting a resolve that burned brightly. He would not allow the Ndoro's spirit to fade into obscurity. He would carry its message forward, teaching those around him about the bond they shared with the earth. He imagined his village coming together, celebrating the Ndoro not just as a spirit, but as a vital part of who they were. But as the realization washed over him, a shadow loomed in the distance. Figures emerged from the tree line, men with axes and torches, their eyes gleaming with ambition. They had come to cut down the trees, to tear apart the sacred land for profit. Kuda's heart sank, a cold dread filling the pit of his stomach. They were the very embodiment of the threat the Ndoro faced. The spirit of the earth was being challenged, and he could feel its pain echoing through him. Fear turned to anger as Kuda stepped forward, his voice rising above the wind. "Stop! This land is sacred. You cannot take it." The men paused, surprised by the defiance of a mere boy. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, the tension crackling in the air. Kuda could feel the Ndoro's energy swirling around him, emboldening him to stand his ground. "You think you can take without consequence," he shouted, desperation lacing his words. "The Ndoro will not let you destroy what is sacred. The earth will rise against you." The men laughed, dismissing him as nothing more than a child, but Kuda could sense the shift in the air. The weight of the Ndoro's spirit strengthening his resolve. The wind picked up, howling like a fierce guardian. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, sending a tremor through the men. They glanced at each other, uncertainty creeping into their expressions. Kuda felt the earth pulse with life, the Ndoro's spirit rallying around him, forcing him to act. He stepped closer, the power coursing through him, merging his spirit with that of the earth. The men, once confident, now appeared hesitant and unsure. Kuda felt the weight of the ancestors' hopes pressing upon him, and he raised his arms, calling upon the strength of his people, the stories of the past flowing through him like a river. The Ndoro was with him, urging him to fight, to rally the earth's energies and awaken the spirit of the land. And then, as if answering his call, the earth erupted. Roots twisted and turned, trees swayed, and the very ground itself seemed to rise against the intruders. The men stumbled back, fear now etched across their faces. Kuda stood firm, knowing that he was not alone. The Ndoro had awakened, fiercely protective, ready to defend its sacred home. As the tension reached a boiling point, a thunderous roar echoed through the valley, shaking the men to their very core. Kuda felt a surge of energy, a bond with the land that fortified him like never before. The Ndoro was alive in him, a conduit of strength and spirit. The battle for the earth had begun, and Kuda, with the heart of a warrior and the spirit of the Ndoro, was ready to defend his home, his people, and the very essence of life itself. The sun dipped low, casting golden rays across the shimmering waters of the African rivers, where the great hippos basked in the shallows, their large bodies creating ripples in the tranquility. It was here, amidst the vibrant sounds of nature, that ancient beliefs took root, intertwining with the very essence of the land. The hippo, a creature both gentle and fierce, had been revered for centuries, its presence a powerful symbol of fertility and protection in the tapestry of African cultures. In the dry savannas and lush wetlands, the hippo was more than just an animal. It was a guardian of life itself, Tribes gathered at riversides, sharing stories of how hippos, with their massive forms, represented the womb of the earth. They believed that the wet earth, nourished by the rivers, was a canvas for new life, and the hippo was a keeper of this delicate balance. Their legends spoke of hippos emerging from the depths of the river, bringing forth rain and lush vegetation, ensuring that crops would grow and families would thrive. The rhythmic sounds of the water echoed with the laughter and songs of women who gathered to wash their clothes, children splashing nearby, their innocence wrapped in the timeless embrace of nature. These moments were sacred, filled with hope and dreams for the future. The hippo's presence, looming in the shadows of the riverbank, was a reminder that life, in all its beauty, was to be cherished and protected. Yet, beneath this surface of serenity lay the tempestuous nature of the beast, embodying both grace and wrath. Across various cultures, the hippo was celebrated in vibrant rituals, their figures carved into wood and stone, symbolizing the connection between the earth, the spirit world, and the cycle of life. In the deep recesses of time, the ancient Egyptians viewed the hippo as a divine figure, representing the goddess Taweret. This goddess, with her pregnant belly and fierce demeanor, was the ultimate protector of mothers and children. Her image graced the walls of temples, a reminder of her role in safeguarding the vulnerable. Communities would gather under moonlit skies where stories of Taweret were shared, igniting a sense of reverence and fear. They believed that as long as the hippo roamed the rivers, life would flourish. Fertility was not just a gift, but a promise, and the hippo stood as a sentinel of that promise, fierce yet nurturing. The sight of a hippo yawning, revealing its enormous teeth, sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it, a reminder of both power and gentleness intertwined. As the moon ascended, casting silver light over the waters, the atmosphere shifted. A group of villagers with hearts pounding in anticipation prepared for a ceremony dedicated to the hippo. They painted their bodies with mud and natural dyes, transforming into living embodiments of the very spirit they revered. The air was thick with the scent of sweet grass and burning herbs, a fragrant offering to the guardian of the river. Drums began to beat, their rhythm echoing like the pulse of the earth, drawing the villagers closer. With each thump, their feet moved in unison, creating a dance that was both a celebration and a plea for the hippo to bless their lands with rain and fertility. Laughter mingled with chants, the voices rising into the night sky, a symphony of hope that resonated through the stillness. They danced not just for themselves, but for generations yet to come, weaving a tapestry of life that would stretch into eternity. Yet, in the shadows, danger lurked. The imposing figure of a hippo emerged from the depths, its eyes like dark pools, watching intently. It was a reminder that nature's power was untamed, and the hippo was both a giver and a guardian. The villagers paused, their hearts racing, acknowledging the fierce protector of life. It was a moment that held breathless tension. They understood that within the hippo's strength lay the very essence of survival. Respect was demanded, and silence echoed between them and the beast. Legends told of how a hippo once guided a lost tribe to a hidden oasis, its massive form parting the waters as if they were mere curtains. The people followed, trusting in the creature's wisdom, believing it was sent by the spirits to lead them to safety. With each step, they felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, a bond that transcended their struggle. Their faith in the hippo was unwavering, as it had been for countless generations. In the quiet moments, elders would whisper tales of the hippo's dual nature, the nurturing spirit that cradled life and the fierce protector that guarded it. Children listened with wide eyes, enchanted by the stories. For them, the hippo was both a friend and a guardian, a creature to respect and honor. The tales stirred something deep within, igniting a sense of connection to the land and its timeless mysteries. As dawn broke, the villagers gathered once more, their hearts filled with gratitude. The hippo, a symbol woven into the fabric of their lives, had not only inspired their ceremonies but had also taught them the value of coexistence. Life was a cycle, one that required respect, understanding, and a deep-rooted connection to the earth. The river flowed, and with it came the promise of new beginnings. And in the distance, the unmistakable sound of a hippo grunting echoed across the water, a sound that would linger in their hearts, reminding them that the protector of fertility was always near, always watching, always ready to embrace the life that flourished under the African sun. The rhythm of the drums began to play again, blending with the sounds of nature, a continuous melody that would carry on, echoing through time as the villagers prepared for another day, another season, another chapter in their enduring story. A thunderous roar echoed through the valley, the kind that rumbled in one's bones and set every animal on edge. The Zambezi River, with its serpentine twists and turns, was alive. It surged and swelled, a tempest of shimmering blue and green, turning from gentle murmur to a fierce cacophony. Fishermen, their nets poised to catch the day's meal, felt a shiver run down their spines. They whispered tales of Nyami, the river god, who was said to guard the waters with a fierce passion, a protector of life and a harbinger of destruction. On the banks, the people of the Tonga tribe gathered, their eyes wide with both fear and reverence. They had lived by the river's rhythm for generations, their hearts beating in time with its flow. But today was different. A storm brewed in the sky, dark clouds swirling like a blanket ready to engulf the land. The elders spoke in hushed tones about the ancient stories, their voices trembling with the weight of history. They spoke of Nyami, the serpent-like deity, who was said to have the body of a snake and the head of a fish. He was the spirit that controlled the river's fate, ensuring the prosperity of those who respected him while punishing those who dared to disrespect his domain. As rain began to fall, heavy droplets splashing against the parched earth, the tension thickened in the air. The fishermen, normally fearless, glanced nervously at the swelling waters. Old Mama Nandi, with her deep-set eyes that reflected a lifetime of wisdom, told the story of Nyami's love for his wife, who was taken from him by the forces of nature. The tale had been passed down through generations, a bittersweet reminder of loyalty and loss. She described how, in his grief, Nyami caused the very river to rise and flood, consuming entire villages, leaving nothing but sorrow in its wake. "Respect the river," she warned, her voice steady, "or face his wrath." As the last words left her lips, a flash of lightning lit up the sky, illuminating the faces of those gathered. Gasps filled the air. It was as if Nyami himself was listening. Drawing closer, his presence felt in every shudder of the earth. As night fell, the river glimmered under the moonlight, inviting and dangerous. The Tonga people remained vigilant by their fires, storytellers weaving tales of the great river god. Children huddled close to their mothers, eyes wide with both fear and wonder. They listened to accounts of fishermen who had encountered Nyami himself, tales of shimmering scales and mesmerizing eyes that could pierce through the darkness, revealing the depths of the soul. But not every story was filled with awe. Legends of fishermen lost to the waters emerged, men who had dared to take more than what was needed. Their boats would capsize, swallowed by the angry river, their cries lost in the roar of the current. The Zambezi was more than just water. It was a living entity, a guardian and a punisher. The storms raged through the night, winds howling and rain lashing against the earth. The river swelled higher and higher, a beast unleashed, its power magnified by the wrath of the storm. And just as dawn approached, a deafening crash echoed through the valley, sending ripples of panic through the hearts of the Tonga people. A tree, struck by lightning, fell into the river, creating tumultuous waves that danced like furious spirits unleashed from the depths of Nyami's domain. In the chaos, a young boy named Tinashe, drawn by the commotion, slipped from his mother's side. His curiosity was as boundless as the river itself, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. With each step closer to the edge, he could feel the pull of the water, a whisper urging him to come nearer, to understand the force that governed their lives. "It's just water," he thought, "but it's so much more." As he peered over the bank, he felt a strange calm wash over him, a voice in his mind that was both soothing and terrifying. He imagined the scales of Nzambi shimmering beneath the surface, a guardian silently watching. But with that thought came a shiver down his spine, a reminder of the tales of men who had drowned, who had ignored the river's warnings. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently. Tinashe stumbled back, the ground beneath him shaking. The river roared in anger, and from its depths something emerged, a shadowy figure rising from the water, scales glistening, eyes fierce and wise. The boy's heart raced, caught between terror and wonder. Was this the Nzambi that the stories spoke of? The villagers gathered, some screaming, others clasping their hands in prayer, their eyes wide with disbelief. Tinashe stood frozen, entranced by the sight before him. Nzambi was more than a myth. He was real, a living spirit that commanded the river. As the creature broke the surface, water cascaded off its magnificent form like a waterfall. It was as if the world had paused, the storm's fury overshadowed by the majesty of the god of the Zambezi. Then, in a heartbeat, the moment shattered. A violent surge of water swept through, pulling at everything in its path. The villagers screamed, panicking as they fought against the current. Tinashe, caught in the swirling chaos, realized that this was not a mere display of power. This was a warning, a reminder of the fragility of life intertwined with the river's might. But even as chaos reigned, a flicker of understanding sparked within Tinashe. Nzambi was more than just a god of the river. He was a keeper of balance, a reminder of the respect due to nature. The storm, the calls of the villagers, the eerie calm before the flood, it all intertwined, a lesson wrapped in fear and beauty. In the midst of the storm, a connection was forged, a bond between the young boy and the legendary river god. The Zambezi was alive, and with it, so was its guardian. Tinashe felt the pulse of the river, a rhythm that resonated deep within him. He understood, in that moment, that the power of Nzambi was not to be feared, but respected, an ancient truth that echoed through time, binding the people to the waters that sustained them. As the sun began to rise, casting golden rays on the tumultuous waters, Tinashe realized that the story of Nzambi was far from over. It was a tale that would continue to unfold, a lesson woven into the fabric of the Zambezi, reminding all who dared to live by its banks that they were never truly alone. The river would always be there, a constant presence, a guardian and a reminder of the delicate balance between love, life, and loss. The whisper of Nzambi lingered in the air, a promise that the river would share its secrets with those who listened closely. And as the waters danced and roared, one could almost see the gentle flicker of scales beneath the surface, forever entwined with the spirit of the Zambezi, forever echoing through the hearts of those who revered him. The sun hung low in the sky, painting the fields in hues of gold and amber, casting long shadows that danced with the whispering winds. As twilight approached, a gathering of villagers gathered around the ancient oak, its gnarled branches sprawling like the fingers of time itself. Excitement hung in the air, thick and palpable as they awaited the night's extraordinary event, the Festival of the Sasa. To the villagers, the Sasa were more than mere legends. They were the lifeblood of their existence, mythical guardians who safeguarded the harvest and blessed their families with fertility. Each tale told around the flickering firelight was steeped in emotion, passed down through generations, wrapping around their hearts like a warm cloak against the chill of uncertainty. The glow of the flames flickered, illuminating the faces of the young and old alike, their eyes wide with wonder and hope. As the first stars began to twinkle, old Mara, the village storyteller, stepped forward, her voice soft yet commanding. She spoke of how the Sasa emerged from the very soil of the earth, birthed from the tears of the goddess of fertility, who wept for the land that had suffered in silence. Her tears mixed with the rich earth, giving rise to the Sasa, beings of lush greenery, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops and hair that flowed like wild vines. They were protectors of the fields, whispering secrets of growth to the crops and ensuring that life flourished in every corner of the earth. The villagers listened, their breath catching at the imagery, their hearts racing with every word. They recalled the stories of how the Sasa danced beneath the moonlight, beckoning the crops to grow and showering blessings upon those who honored the old ways. But with every blessing came a price, a reminder that balance in the cycle of life was crucial. If the people turned their backs on the Sasa, the land would wither and famine would creep in like a thief in the night. The festival itself was a spectacle of colors and sounds, each detail steeped in rich history. Dancers adorned with flower crowns swirled gracefully, their movements mimicking the sway of the crops in the breeze. The air filled with the earthy aroma of herbs and spices, simmering in pots over open flames, a reminder of the bounty the land provided. Laughter mingled with the rhythm of drums, weaving a tapestry of joy that enveloped the villagers. But beneath the surface of celebration, a shadow loomed. A rumor had spread like wildfire. A neighboring village had neglected their reverence for the Sasa, their arrogance leading to a blight that threatened their very existence. As the drums beat louder, an unexpected tension crackled in the air. There were whispers of a curse, a vengeful spirit that the Sasa might unleash upon those who turned away from their blessings. The villagers exchanged nervous glances, the joy of celebration tempered by a sense of unease. Mara's voice rose above the drums, urging the crowd to honor the Sasa, to remember the tales of old when harmony reigned between the earth and its caretakers. With each tale, she painted a vivid picture of past harvests that overflowed with abundance and families blessed with children. The crowd's spirit lifted, their hearts filled with warmth and reverence, a flicker of hope igniting in their souls. As night deepened, the festival reached its zenith. The bonfire crackled and popped, sending sparks soaring into the night sky. Suddenly, the wind shifted, growing colder, carrying an echo of laughter that sent shivers down the spines of those gathered. It was a haunting sound, both beautiful and chilling, as if the Sasa themselves were responding to the call of the night. The villagers fell silent, their eyes wide, searching the shadows for a sign, a glimpse of the guardians who watched over them. Then, as if conjured by their hopes, the first Sasa appeared. She emerged gracefully from the shadows, her skin shimmering as if kissed by the morning dew. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of ivy, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. The villagers gasped, their hearts pounding in their chests. She began to dance, her movements fluid and mesmerizing, weaving through the air and around the bonfire, her presence a balm to their anxious spirits. Another joined her, and then another, until the night was alive with the energy of the Sasa. The villagers felt their worries melt away, replaced by a deep sense of connection to the earth and the cycle of life. The Sasa beckoned them to join in their dance, and one by one the villagers stepped forward, laughter spilling from their lips as they twirled and spun beneath the canopy of stars. But even as joy enveloped them, the shadows lingered. The story of the neighboring village weighed heavily on their minds, a reminder that danger was never far away. Would the Sasa's presence be enough to ward off the darkness that threatened to creep in? They knew they must honor their guardians, not just with words, but with their actions, for the balance of life hung in the balance. As dawn approached, the first light painted the horizon in streaks of pink and orange. The Sasa began to retreat, their laughter fading into the morning breeze, leaving the villagers breathless and filled with both exhilaration and trepidation. They knew the festival had woven a bond between them and the Sasa. But would it be enough? The villagers stood in a circle, hands clasped together, their hearts beating as one. They vowed to nurture the land, to honor the Sasa with every seed they planted and every blessing they received. A promise was made, a pact with the guardians whose existence intertwined with their own. They would not falter. They would remember the stories, the lessons woven through time, each pulse a reminder of the sacred dance between humanity and nature. As the sun broke free of the horizon, flooding the fields with light, the villagers felt a shift in the air, a gentle whisper that promised hope. But even in this moment of renewal, the echoes of doubt lingered, a haunting melody that foretold the challenges to come. The Sasa had danced, but the question remained: would their blessing endure, or would the shadows return to claim what had been lost? The answer was yet to unfold, a tale waiting to be written, and as the villagers moved to their daily tasks, the pulse of life continued, a heartbeat resonating through the earth, where the Sasa watched, waiting, ever vigilant. In the shimmering twilight, when the sun kissed the horizon and the water glimmered like 1,000 diamonds, there was a whisper that danced across the waves, a sound that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to listen. It was the call of the Mami Wata, the enigmatic water spirit that had mesmerized generations with her beauty and power. Legends spoke of her long hair, flowing like the river itself, and skin that sparkled under the moonlight. Those who encountered her often found their lives forever changed, some for better, others for worse. Every coastal village along the West African shoreline held stories of Mami Wata. Fishermen would tell tales of how she guided them to the richest catches, her presence a balm against the tumultuous sea. But there were also warnings, stories of those who had angered her, their boats swallowed by waves that seemed to rise from nowhere. It was said that she could be both a protector and a punisher, a duality that filled the air with a sense of awe and dread. As the ocean roared and the wind howled, the villagers gathered around fires, their faces flickering in the golden light. They recalled the legends, weaving rich tapestries of myth and reality. An old woman, her hair as white as sea foam, spoke softly about her own encounter with Mami Wata. Her voice trembled, but her eyes sparkled with the thrill of remembrance. I was lost at sea, my boat tossed like a toy. Then she appeared before me, a vision of beauty and terror. She reached out, her hand shimmering in the moonlight, and in that moment, I felt both fear and warmth. I chose to honor her, and she guided me back to shore. Tales like these wrapped around the hearts of listeners, igniting their imaginations. Mami Wata was more than just a spirit. She was a guardian of the waters, a fierce protector of those who respected the sea. The villagers knew that offering tributes, be it a piece of jewelry, fragrant flowers, or sweet-smelling herbs, was a way to seek her favor. Each offering was a testament of respect and gratitude, a plea for safety in a world that could so easily turn hostile. Children laughed and played nearby, unaware of the weighty stories told by the elders. Yet, in their innocence, they mirrored the dual nature of Mami Wata. They splashed in the shallows, reveling in the joy of the water, while old songs floated through the air, echoing the deep-seated belief that the waters held both life and death, joy and sorrow. It was a delicate dance, a celebration of existence intertwined with the ever-present awareness of nature's unpredictable temperament. On stormy nights, when the winds howled like a pack of wolves, the elders gathered more closely, their voices dropping to hushed tones. They spoke of the darker side of Mami Wata, how she could lure men with her enchanting songs, leading them to their doom. "Beware the sound of her laughter," one elder warned, his voice thick with warning. "It can pull you beneath the surface, where nothing but darkness awaits." The air crackled with tension as eyes widened, minds racing with the possibilities that lay hidden beneath the waves. In another village, the whispers of Mami Wata intertwined with the history of the slave trade. For those taken from their homes, the water became both a sanctuary and a prison. Mami Wata was invoked in prayer, her spirit seen as a protector for those lost at sea, those who yearned for freedom. Their cries for help mixed with the crashing waves, and many believed she offered solace to the wandering souls, guiding them to a place of rest. As dusk approached, the stories took on a more personal tone. A fisherman, his hands calloused from years of toil, shared his own brush with Mami Wata. "I was reckless once, ignoring her signs," he confessed, eyes darkening with the memory. "The storm came out of nowhere. I saw her then, shimmering in the water, and I begged for mercy. She calmed the waves, but she took something from me, something I can never get back." Silence enveloped the group, each person feeling the weight of his words, the gravity of choices made and paths crossed. Yet, amidst the fear and reverence, there was an undeniable love for the spirit. The villagers adorned their homes with images of Mami Wata, vibrant paintings that captured her ethereal beauty. Festivals were held in her honor, where the air was thick with the scent of roasted fish and the sound of drums echoed under the stars. It was a celebration of life, a recognition of the delicate balance between humanity and the unyielding forces of nature. As the night deepened, a chill settled over the gathering. The laughter of children faded, replaced by the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. A young girl, her eyes wide with wonder, asked, "Is Mami Wata real?" The question hung in the air, heavy with uncertainty. "Real or not, her spirit watches over us," an elder replied, his voice steady. "We must respect her, for she protects those who honor the water and punishes those who do not." The girl nodded, absorbing the wisdom, a newfound respect igniting within her. The night pressed on, each tale layering the essence of Mami Wata deeper into their hearts. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, the villagers leaned closer together, their breaths mingling with the salty air. They understood that Mami Wata was not just a figure of myth. She was a living part of their culture, a bridge between the past and the present. The stories would continue to flow like the very waters she belonged to, a current of tradition that would never cease, always binding them together, always echoing through time. In that moment, with the shadows dancing around them and the ocean whispering secrets, they knew that the legacy of Mami Wata would endure. And as the waves lapped softly at the shore, a sense of peace settled in. A shared understanding that the spirit of the water would always be there, a guardian over their lives, a fierce protector in an unpredictable world. The night was alive with whispers. The moon hung low, casting silvery beams through the gnarled branches of ancient baobab trees. Shadows danced in the flickering firelight, their shapes shifting as if they held stories of old. Each crackle of the flames seemed to echo the heartbeat of a world steeped in history, a world where mythical beasts roamed the vast African plains, guardians of tales long forgotten. Legends flowed like water among the Nguni people, tales of powerful creatures that walked the line between the mortal and the divine. Each story breathed life into the stars above and the earth beneath, reminding all of the rich tapestry woven by ancestors, each thread vibrant with meaning. These mythical beasts were more than mere figments of imagination. They represented the spirit of a people, the essence of their struggles and triumphs. In the soft glow of the fire, an elder began to speak, his voice low and melodic, wrapping around the listeners like a warm blanket. He spoke of the Imbulu, the great water serpent, said to dwell in hidden rivers and lakes. The tales told of its shimmering scales that reflected the colors of the sunset, and how it safeguarded the secrets of the water. Whenever a drought threatened the land, the villagers would gather, singing songs to the Imbulu, pleading for rain. Each drop that fell was a gift, a blessing bestowed by the serpent that protected their livelihood. The air thickened with tension as the elder continued, recounting the fierce and majestic Nyamba, the serpent of storms. With a body that coiled like a tempest, it was said to ride the winds, calling forth thunder and rain. Tribes would prepare for its arrival, offering sacrifices to appease its wrath. To anger the Nkanyamba was to invite disaster, but to honor it brought bountiful harvests and fertile lands. The rhythm of life was bound to this creature, a reminder of nature's power and the humility required to coexist with it. Then there was the fearsome Chokwane, the lion-like beast of the mountains with eyes that glowed like fiery coals. The Chokwan was a protector, fierce and unwavering, known to guard sacred grounds and ancient burial sites. Its roar echoed through the valleys, a call to arms for those who dared to disturb the resting places of their ancestors. Stories told of its stealth, a shadow moving silently through the night, ensuring that the legacy of the Nguni people remained intact. As the fire crackled, the elder shifted the focus to the gentle yet mysterious Nkulunkulu, the creator spirit believed to dwell in the misty heights of the Drakensberg Mountains. It was said that Nkulunkulu walked among the clouds, shaping the land and the people below. This being breathed life into the world, endowing it with beauty and strength. Elders would often climb the mountains seeking Nkulunkulu's wisdom, hoping to return with clarity and guidance for their people. Yet, within these tales, there lay a darker undertone, whispers of the malevolent creatures that lurked in the shadows, waiting for the unwary. The fearsome Tikoloshi, a dwarf-like spirit known for wreaking havoc and mischief, could be summoned by those seeking revenge or chaos. Its presence was felt in the rustle of leaves and the sudden chill in the air. People would often sprinkle their beds with ash or place their shoes upside down to ward off the Tikoloshi's mischievous grasp. The tension in the air thickened, a reminder that with every guardian spirit came the potential for darkness. The elder's voice grew softer, drawing the listeners closer as he shared tales of unity and resilience. The Nguni people, through their bond with these mythical creatures, learned to respect nature and each other. The stories of the beasts taught them the importance of community, of standing together against the trials of life. Each creature carried a lesson, a piece of wisdom passed down through generations, shaping the very fabric of their society. As the night wore on, the flickering flames cast long shadows, each shape a reminder of the beasts that had come before. With every tale, the listeners could almost feel the presence of the Imbulu, Nkanyamba, and Chokwane, their spirits swirling around them like a gentle breeze. The stories wove a protective cocoon, wrapping the villagers in a sense of belonging, a connection to their ancestors who had walked the earth long before them. Suddenly, a shift in the wind brought a chill, and the fire flickered wildly, as if sensing an unseen presence. The elder paused, his eyes narrowing, sensing the anxiety rippling through the crowd. Something was stirring in the darkness, and a collective hush fell over the gathering. The crackling of the fire became the only sound, each beat echoing the tension that filled the air. The elder spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. "The beasts watch over us still. They are not just stories. They are our guardians." He glanced at the trees surrounding them, shadows creeping closer as if drawn by an invisible thread. A brief flicker of something, perhaps a shadow or a glimmer, caught the eyes of the youngest boy in the circle, sending a thrill of fear and wonder coursing through him. What if they were not just tales? What if the beasts were indeed watching, biding their time, waiting for the moment to step back into the world of the living? The fire crackled once more, and the tension hung thick in the air. The villagers held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation, feeling the weight of the stories grounding them, yet lifting them into the unknown. The elder leaned in closer, the flames illuminating his weathered face, and with a final dramatic pause, he invited them to remember, the past is alive, and our guardians are always near. As the shadows danced and the fire flickered, the whispers of the Nguni mythical beasts lingered in the air, urging the listeners to remain vigilant, to honor their ancestors, and to cherish the rich history that flowed through their veins. The night was far from over, and the stories were only beginning to unfold, waiting for a new chapter to be written. In the heart of a sun-drenched African savanna, a fire crackled fiercely, its flames licking the night sky as if in a dance of life and death. The air was thick with anticipation, and shadows flickered like restless spirits as the villagers gathered. Eyes wide and breath held, they whispered tales that had traveled through generations, tales steeped in magic, resilience, and the unyielding spirit of the phoenix. This was not just any ordinary night. It was a night that would birth legends anew, where the pulse of the land aligned with the rhythm of ancient stories. As the embers glowed, the storyteller began, his voice a low rumble, pulling everyone into a world where fire was both a destroyer and a creator. The villagers leaned closer, hearts racing as the tale of the phoenix unfolded, an eternal symbol of rebirth and protection. Long ago, in a kingdom that stretched far beyond the horizon, the phoenix soared high above the land, its feathers shimmering like molten gold. It was said that this magnificent bird had seen the rise and fall of empires, watched kingdoms flourish and fade, always returning to its sacred home. With each cycle, the phoenix brought forth a renewal that whispered hope into the hearts of the weary. The villagers could almost feel its wings brushing against their skin, the warmth wrapping around them like a protective embrace. But the legend was not without its shadows. In the time of great droughts, when the earth cried out for rain and the people's spirits were crushed beneath the weight of despair, the phoenix was said to be at its most powerful. With each heartbeat, it drew energy from the suffering, transforming anguish into light. The villagers spoke of the night the sky split open, and the phoenix descended in a storm of colors, flooding the parched land with life-giving rain. They told of how, amidst their darkest hours, its cry echoed like a promise, igniting hope in their souls. Yet, whispers lingered in the corners of the flames. Some spoke of a darker side to this magnificent creature, a cautionary tale threaded through the rich tapestry of the phoenix myth. There were those who believed that the rebirth of the phoenix came at a price, a sacrifice made in fire. It was said that when the bird chose to rise anew, it consumed everything in its path, leaving only ash behind. This cycle of destruction and renewal sparked a fear that danced in the hearts of the villagers. What if the phoenix's fire consumed them too? As the storyteller's voice wove through the night, tension crackled in the air. The villagers felt the weight of the phoenix's legacy resting heavily on their shoulders. They were reminded of the struggles they faced, families torn apart by conflict, crops failing under relentless sun, dreams fading like the stars at dawn. The fire crackled louder, sparks swirling upwards, mimicking the flight of the phoenix, and the villagers held their breath, teetering between hope and despair. In the midst of this gathering, an elder stood. Her silver hair glimmered like the moon, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Listen closely," she said, her voice a soothing balm over the simmering emotions. "The phoenix does not merely take, it gives back tenfold. With every ending, there is a beginning. With every loss, there is a chance to grow." Her words wrapped around them, igniting a flicker of courage in the hearts of the listeners. The night stretched on, filled with stories of heroes who had found strength in the ashes left behind by the phoenix. They spoke of warriors who rose from defeat, farmers who nurtured barren land back to life, and children who turned tears into laughter. Each tale was a thread, weaving them into a tapestry of resilience. As the fire flickered, the shadows danced, and in those moments, the villagers could almost see the phoenix soaring overhead, a guardian of their dreams. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the gathering, causing the flames to flare and sparks to shoot into the night. Gasps filled the air as every head turned skyward. There, amidst the stars, a silhouette glided, wings outstretched, a flash of color against the canvas of darkness. Hope and fear mingled in the hearts of the villagers. Was it the phoenix returning to herald a new era, or a harbinger of trials yet to come? As the night wore on, the flames began to wane, but the stories ignited a fire within. The villagers shared their own tales of loss and rebirth, of moments when they had felt the phoenix's presence guiding them through the storm. With every shared word, they felt a connection to the past, a thread linking their struggles to those who had come before them. The shared laughter and tears became a chorus, rising and falling like the wings of the phoenix itself. And, in that moment, the lines between the storyteller and the listeners blurred. They became one, united by their shared history, their hopes and dreams, the legacy of the phoenix coursing through their veins. Just as the phoenix consumed the old to make way for the new, they too were ready to embrace the change that lay ahead. The night was a tapestry woven with emotion, every thread vibrant with life. As the last embers of the fire glowed softly, a palpable energy filled the air. The villagers felt an unspoken promise lingering beneath the surface, a reminder that transformation was always within reach. The legend of the phoenix was not just a tale, but a heartbeat, a living, breathing entity that pulsed through their lives, urging them to rise again and again, no matter the trials they faced. And just as the villagers leaned into this wave of emotion, sensing the weight of the phoenix's legacy settling over them like a cloak, the world outside their circle began to shift. As dawn approached, the first light of day crept into the sky, illuminating the path ahead and casting shadows that danced between hope and uncertainty. The timeless cycle of life, death, and rebirth continued, echoing the heartbeat of the phoenix, forever intertwining their fates. Under the vast African sky, where the sun dipped low and painted the horizon in hues of orange and purple, an ancient tale simmered in the air. The gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old, secrets carried by the wind that spoke of a tortoise whose wisdom could bend the very fabric of fate. He was not just a creature with a shell, but a guardian of stories, a keeper of tradition, revered by many and feared by others. In the village of Ndundu, children would gather around the flickering firelight, eyes wide with anticipation, as elders settled into their places. The air was thick with the scent of roasted maize and the warmth of camaraderie. Tonight, the tale of the tortoise would unfold, and every villager knew it was not merely a story. It was a reminder of the bond between cunning and courage, a testament to the strength found in the unlikeliest of heroes. The tortoise, known as Kofi, was a diligent observer of the world around him. While the other animals raced about, chasing dreams or each other, Kofi moved slowly, taking in every detail. His wise eyes sparkled beneath the weight of his shell, and every wrinkle on his face held a story, a lesson learned. The animals respected him, for they knew that Kofi's mind was sharper than the fiercest lion's claw. One day, as the sun blazed overhead and the earth seemed to shimmer with heat, trouble brewed in the land. A young lion, bold and proud, had proclaimed himself king of the savannah. His roar sent chills down the spines of the other creatures, and they trembled at the thought of crossing him. This young lion, named Tumelo, believed that strength alone made him worthy of power. With no regard for the balance of nature, he charged through the land, demanding tribute from all who dwelled within his realm. Kofi watched as the animals fell silent in fear, their spirits crushed under Tumelo's oppressive reign. The antelope, once graceful and free, now grazed in the shadows. The birds no longer sang their morning songs, and the vibrant colors of the savannah dimmed beneath the weight of despair. Kofi knew he had to act, but how could a tortoise so small and slow stand against a lion so fierce? As dusk approached, Kofi gathered the animals for a meeting. They huddled together, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the fire. Kofi spoke with a calm that soothed their troubled hearts. "Fear not, my friends. Strength lies not only in might, but in wisdom and unity. We can outsmart Tumelo if we work together." The animals listened, hope igniting within them like embers in the night. Kofi laid out a plan that danced between cleverness and courage. They would lure Tumelo with a feast, a spectacle so grand that he would let his guard down. As the plan took shape, excitement buzzed through the air, invigorating the creatures who had long forgotten the taste of bravery. On the chosen day, the animals decorated a clearing with wildflowers and fruits. They cooked and sang, creating an illusion of harmony that would entice the young lion. Kofi, at the center of it all, felt the pulse of anxiety and anticipation. Would their plan succeed? When Tumelo arrived, his presence was commanding. His mane glimmered like gold in the sunlight, and laughter erupted from his mouth like thunder. The animals held their breath, hearts racing in unison. Tumelo, tricked by the opulence of the feast, reveled in the attention and indulgence. Little did he know that he was being watched, that Kofi had woven a web of cleverness that would ensnare him in his arrogance. As the evening wore on, Kofi made his move. With deliberate steps, he approached Tumelo, his voice steady and calm. "Mighty king, would you care to test your strength against mine in a game of wits? For a prize, you may choose to claim the title of the wisest ruler of the savannah." Tumelo, brimming with confidence, accepted the challenge with a roar of laughter. He believed no creature, especially not a tortoise, could match his brilliance. The animals held their breath, the tension palpable as they gathered around to witness the unfolding drama. Kofi proposed a riddle, simple yet profound, a reflection of life itself. Tumelo, caught in his pride, struggled to unravel the mystery. With each wrong answer, Kofi's quiet determination grew, his mind racing through the stories of old, tales of wisdom passed down through generations. The atmosphere thickened with suspense as the sun dipped lower and shadows stretched long across the ground. As Tumelo's frustration mounted, Kofi remained calm, a beacon of hope amidst chaos. The other animals watched, hearts pounding as Kofi's patience began to shine through. It was a delicate dance of intellect and emotion, and with each passing moment, Kofi's steady presence reminded them that wisdom often lay hidden within the simplest of answers. And then it happened, the moment when the air shifted and possibilities opened up like blooming flowers. Tumelo, in his desperation for victory, began to lash out. The tension reached a crescendo as the animals sensed the impending storm of emotions swirling around them. In that charged silence, Kofi took a deep breath and spoke a truth that echoed through the savannah. Sometimes true strength lies in accepting one's limits, in recognizing that power does not come from fear, but from understanding. The words hung in the air like a spell, a challenge that pierced through Tumelo's bravado. In that instant, a flicker of realization sparked within the lion, a crack in his armor of pride. The animals leaned closer, their hearts intertwined in shared hope, for they understood that Kofi was not just fighting for himself, but for all creatures who had been silenced under the weight of tyranny. Just then, the moon rose high above, illuminating the scene in its silver glow. Tumelo, caught in the grip of self-doubt, faced a choice that could alter the course of his life. The tortoise, with his wise soul and gentle spirit, remained steadfast, a protector of the land's stories, waiting for the lion's heart to awaken to the truth. The sun hung heavy in the sky, casting a golden glow over the vibrant streets of a small village where the air thrummed with life. Laughter mingled with the sweet sound of drums, echoing through the narrow alleyways. Unbeknownst to many, the villagers were not just celebrating a festival, they were honoring the Orisha, divine beings who walked among them, protectors of their very souls. With every beat of the drum, they felt the presence of these gods as tangible as the earth beneath their feet. In the early morning light, a woman named Adira stood at the river's edge, her heart racing with anticipation. She could feel the weight of generations pressing upon her shoulders. Today, she would pay homage to Oshun, the goddess of love and fertility. Adira had prayed for a child for years, feeling the ache of longing deep in her bones. As she whispered her hopes to the gentle waters, she felt a cool breeze sweep across her face. It was as if Oshun herself had come to listen. Legends told of the Orisha's arrival on the shores of the New World, brought over by the hands of those who had been uprooted from their homes, forced into a life of servitude. Yet, within that darkness, the Orisha shone like stars piercing the night, guiding their people through the storms of sorrow. They were the ones who gave strength to the weary and courage to the frightened. In every flicker of candlelight, in each flick of a cowrie shell, the whispers of the Orisha echoed, reminding the people that they were never alone. The villagers gathered at the foot of a sacred tree, gnarled and ancient, its roots intertwining like the fates of those who stood beneath it. They draped colorful cloths around its trunk, offerings that fluttered in the wind like the hopes of the community. Each scrap of fabric held stories of struggle, joy, and dreams yet fulfilled. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon with shades of orange and purple, the air thickened with anticipation. In the midst of the gathering, an elder named Baba Kofi began to chant. His voice, rich and resonant, wrapped around the crowd, pulling them closer together. Ogun, the warrior, who clears the path. Oya, the storm, who brings change. Yamoja, the mother of the sea. Come forth, protectors of our people. The words flowed from him like a river, a reminder of the strength that coursed through their veins. The villagers swayed, drawn into a trance-like state, their hearts beating in rhythm with the powerful invocation. As the night fell, the fire crackled, casting flickering shadows that danced upon the ground. Adira felt a surge of emotion wash over her, a mix of longing and hope. She closed her eyes, envisioning the Orisha, their forms shimmering like mirages in the flames. Behind her eyes, she saw them. Ocean, draped in golden robes, her laughter like the tinkling of bells. Ogun, fierce and steadfast, wielding a sword that could cut through the fabric of despair. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the gathering, and the flames leapt higher, illuminating the faces of the villagers. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd as they felt a palpable energy in the air. It was as if the Orisha themselves had descended, their spirits mingling with the living, urging them to remember their strength. Laughter and tears flowed freely. A release of years of pent-up emotion. This was not just a ritual, it was a reclaiming of identity, a celebration of resilience. The drums intensified, a heartbeat that echoed the pulse of the earth itself. Adira could feel the energy surging around her, a collective spirit lifting them all. As the villagers joined hands, they formed a circle, a living testament to their unity. In that moment, every sorrow, every loss, and every dream intermingled, creating a tapestry of shared experience, woven together by the divine presence of the Orisha. Baba Kofi's voice rang out again, stronger now, each word a prayer, a plea, a proclamation. As we honor our ancestors, let us not forget the power that flows through us. Let the Orisha guide our steps, protect our children, and bless our future. The crowd erupted in cheers, voices rising like a symphony of hope. In that sacred space, the line between the living and the divine blurred, and the villagers felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. From the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked in mystery. It was an old woman, her hair silver and wild like the stormy sea. She moved with a grace that belied her age, and as she stepped into the firelight, the crowd fell silent. "I am your kin," she spoke, her voice soft yet commanding. "I carry the stories of all who have come before you. The Orisha whisper their guidance in the winds. And I bring their message to you tonight." Eyes widened with wonder as she shared tales of battles fought and won, of love that transcended pain, and the unbreakable spirit of their ancestors who had endured unimaginable suffering. The villagers felt the weight of history in her words, a reminder of the legacy that thrummed beneath their skin. They could almost see the faces of those who had come before them, fierce and bold, living through the very essence of their being. As the night wore on, the spirits of the Orisha spiraled within the flames, igniting a fire in the hearts of the people. Each individual felt their own struggles reflected in the stories, their fears being transformed into courage with every chant that echoed across the gathering. Adira, with tears streaming down her face, whispered prayers into the night, feeling Oshun's love wrap around her like an embrace. The energy was electric, filling the air with a sense of possibility. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in gentle pastels, a hush fell over the crowd. They stood together, united in their hope and faith. The Orisha had come alive in the hearts of the people, each individual a vessel carrying the divine spark. The celebration was not merely an event, it was a movement, a powerful reminder that the Orisha were not just protectors, but a living force that resided within them all. With the first light of day, the villagers felt invigorated, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They were strengthened by the knowledge that the Orisha walked alongside them, guiding and protecting, invincible and eternal. In that moment of dawning realization, Adira felt her soul ignite with purpose, the whispers of the Orisha ringing in her ears, infusing her spirit with an unwavering determination that would carry her forward. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world anew, the villagers knew that this was only the beginning. The dance of the Orisha would continue, weaving through their lives, forever a part of their story, beckoning them to embrace the legacy of resilience and hope that had defined their ancestors. A new chapter awaited. Filled with promise, the Orisha's presence unfurling like a banner of strength above them. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced upon the stone walls of a great hall, where kings and queens once ruled. The air was thick with the whispers of long-forgotten tales, each one a thread woven into the fabric of a kingdom's strength. Generations of warriors and wise leaders had come before, their spirits lingering like a protective shroud over the lands they had fought to defend. Every scar on the earth told a story, every hill a reminder of the battles won and lost, all fueled by the unyielding loyalty to ancestors who stood watch from beyond the veil of time. As the wind howled outside, a young prince listened intently to the sagas recounted by an old storyteller. The flickering flames illuminated the deep lines of the storyteller's face, each crease a testament to years of wisdom. "They say," the old man began, his voice crackling like the fire, "that the ancestors walk among us, their spirits guiding our steps. When the kingdom is threatened, they rise to defend us, their power coursing through our veins." The prince felt a chill run down his spine, both fearful and awestruck by the weight of his legacy. Across the land, the memories of fallen heroes surged forth like a powerful tide. In the quiet corners of battlefields, where the blood of warriors had seeped into the soil, the echoes of their bravery seemed to resonate with a haunting clarity. It was believed that those who had fought valiantly would shield the kingdom from harm, their courage rekindling in the hearts of the living. The prince could almost hear the clash of swords and the anguished cries of the wounded, a reminder that ancestors never truly left. They fought alongside their descendants in spirit, their resolve igniting a flame of ferocity in those who came after. The storyteller spoke of a dark time when invaders threatened the kingdom, a time when fear gripped the hearts of even the bravest warriors. "But then," he said, his voice lowering, "the spirits of our ancestors surged forth. They enveloped the battlefield in a sacred mist, a fog of protection that disoriented the enemy. Those who stood firm felt the presence of their forebears, the weight of their hands on their shoulders, urging them forward. It was as if the very earth itself trembled with the power of those who had gone before." As the prince listened, his heart raced, a mixture of pride and trepidation swelling within him. In the shadows of the hall, the flicker of the fire cast a warm glow over the faces of the gathered clans, each one a living testament to their ancestors. It was a long-held belief that their lineage was a shield, a protective barrier that could not be breached. The prince's mind wandered to his own ancestors, the legendary kings and queens who had governed with wisdom and valor. Did they watch over him now? Did they lend their strength to his heart as he stood on the brink of his own destiny? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, breaking the serene atmosphere. The prince jumped to his feet, adrenaline surging through his veins. The storyteller's eyes widened and he raised a hand, urging calm. Fear not. The spirits are restless. They sense a disturbance. The prince's heart raced as he glanced around the hall, sensing the unease among the gathered crowd. The ancestors were warning them, their whispers growing louder, urging vigilance in the face of impending danger. Outside, the storm raged on, lightning illuminating the sky, revealing fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures moving through the darkness. The clansmen murmured fervently, invoking the names of their ancestors, calling for their strength and protection. The air crackled with energy, a palpable force as if the very essence of their forebears had joined them in that moment of peril. With each name spoken, the prince felt a surge of power. The ancestors were indeed present, their spirits intertwining with the living, a bond unbreakable. Then a figure emerged from the storm, cloaked in darkness, wielding a sword that shimmered with an otherworldly light. The prince recognized the legendary blade, a relic of his ancestors, said to have been forged in the fires of their triumph. He could almost feel the weight of it in his hands, the history coursing through the metal. A promise of protection from those who had come before him. The figure raised the sword high and a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the battlefield, dispelling the shadows of fear that threatened to consume them. The clans rallied behind the glow, their spirits ignited, hearts pounding with the strength of their ancestors. Together, they surged forward, propelled by the whispers of the past, each warrior feeling the hands of their forefathers on their backs, urging them onward. With every step, the prince invoked the names of his ancestors, drawing upon their courage to face the dark threat that loomed ahead. The clash of steel rang out, echoing through the night as the living and the dead fought side by side, a tapestry of valor woven together through generations. As the battle raged, the prince caught sight of a vision through the chaos, a brief glimpse of a battle-worn ancestor, their face fierce and resolute, urging him to stand tall. The weight of that gaze anchored him, a reminder that he was never alone. They were all there, the warriors, the kings, the queens, each spirit a guiding star in the tumultuous night. The ground trembled beneath their feet, as if the ancestors themselves were rising to protect their realm, their hearts still beating in the lives of their descendants. The prince fought not just for the kingdom, but for the legacy of those who had come before him. Every swing of his sword was a tribute, every breath a prayer. And in that moment he understood. The role of ancestors was not merely to protect from afar. They lived on in the very essence of his being, transforming fear into strength, guiding him through every trial, ensuring that the flame of their legacy would never be extinguished. But as the battle reached a fevered pitch, the winds howled ever louder, and the shadows of the past began to thicken, hinting at yet another challenge looming on the horizon. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. The ancestors would not let their bloodline falter, and neither would the prince. The future beckoned, filled with uncertainty but also promise, and with the spirits of his ancestors beside him, he was ready to face whatever lay ahead, for their strength was his, a bond eternal. The sun dipped low over the horizon, casting long shadows across the golden sands of the Sahara. In this vast expanse the air buzzed with tales of wonder that transcended generations. Merchants traveled relentlessly across this arid land, their camels laden with goods, but it wasn't just silk, spices, and gold that filled their thoughts. The whispers of mythical creatures danced on the wind, creatures that legends claimed roamed the hidden corners of ancient Mali. In the bustling market of Timbuktu, the heart of trade and culture, the vibrant tapestry of life was woven with rich colors and sounds. Merchants shouted, haggling over prices, their voices a blend of different languages, while children played, their laughter ringing out like music. Yet, among the clamor, there lay an undercurrent of something more sinister and enchanting, the belief in beings that could shape destinies and alter paths. Stories of the Sasuma, a majestic creature akin to a lion with the wings of a hawk, were common among traders. It was said that the Sasuma appeared to those in dire need, guiding them safely through the treacherous dunes. Many a merchant claimed to have encountered this guardian, feeling a powerful surge of courage wash over them as they braved the perilous sands. The mere mention of its name sent chills down spines, a tangible mix of fear and reverence. Then there were the Ngwimbas, creatures said to slither through the shadows, combining the allure of a serpent with the wisdom of an ancient sage. It was believed that the Ngwimbas could grant insights into the future, whispering secrets to those brave enough to seek their counsel. But such encounters came at a price. One had to offer a piece of their soul, a reminder that knowledge is not free, and the weight of wisdom could crush as easily as it could uplift. As caravans traversed the rocky paths toward the salt mines of Taghaza, tales of the great jinn also captured the imaginations of those who heard them. These spirit beings, often depicted as shimmering figures surrounded by smoke, were known to possess both benevolence and malice. To cross paths with a jinn was to embrace uncertainty. Traders spoke of finding untold riches and being cursed to wander eternally if they failed to respect the ancient customs. There were nights when the fires burned brightly during the caravan stops and men shared their stories, eyes wide with the fear of what lay beyond the horizon. But the dangers of the desert were not solely from the mythical. Bandits lurked, their hearts hardened by desperation. With each sandstorm that swept across the land, the fear of losing both life and treasure grew. Yet amid this peril, the mythical creatures served as both protectors and reminders of the strength found in unity. The merchants often looked to the stars, believing the constellations held the spirits of their ancestors, guiding them through the darkness. Among the most revered tales was that of the great Kanku Musa, the legendary emperor of Mali, whose wealth and ambition knew no bounds. It was said that during his historic pilgrimage to Mecca, he encountered a magnificent serpent that coiled around the Kaaba, shimmering with jewels. This creature, believed to be the embodiment of fortune, blessed Kanku Musa, promising prosperity for the kingdom. His return from the pilgrimage marked a golden age for Mali, where trade flourished and the arts thrived, but the serpent remained a constant reminder of the delicate balance between power and humility. As tales of the mythical creatures traveled beyond Mali's borders, they mingled with the stories of travelers from distant lands. The rumors sparked curiosity and wonder, drawing explorers and scholars alike to the region. They sought not only the wealth of gold and salt, but also the chance to witness the legends in action. But the desert was unforgiving, and many never returned, leaving behind only the echoes of their dreams. In the midst of this, young men and women listened intently to the elders, their eyes shining with the flicker of ambition and hope. They yearned to carve their names into the fabric of history, to become a part of the legends that danced on the lips of storytellers. With every tale shared, their spirits soared, imagining themselves as the mighty Sasuma or the wise Ngwimba. Their hearts raced with desire, a potent mix of bravery and fear that coursed through their veins. The merchants, too, felt the weight of these stories, for the trans-Saharan trade was not just about goods. It was a tapestry of lives intertwined, a dance between myth and reality. Each journey taken was steeped in the echoes of creatures who shaped destinies, reminding them that in the vastness of the desert, hope flickered like a candle in the wind. And as the sun set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the desert came alive with the whispers of past travelers, urging the next generation to heed their tales, embrace their dreams, and venture forth into the unknown. As nighttime enveloped the land, the stars twinkled above like the eyes of the mythical creatures watching over them. The firelight flickered, casting shadows that danced like the stories swirling in the air. and somewhere amidst the flickering flames, a young man filled with the spirit of adventure gazed into the darkness ahead, heart racing with the promise of what lay beyond, a world woven from the threads of myth, history, and the unyielding pulse of trade that bound them all together. His journey was just beginning, and the creatures of legend awaited, ready to intertwine their fates with his in the ebb and flow of time. Under a sky thick with stars, the whisper of the wind carried tales from ancient times. The desert stretched endlessly, its sands shifting like the memories of a forgotten world, while shadows danced against the moonlight. In the flickering light of a lone campfire, stories came alive, woven together by the breath of the storyteller. Here, Islamic mythology intertwined with African folklore, crafting a tapestry rich with vibrant creatures, some beloved, others feared. As the fire crackled, the storyteller spoke of the jinn, ethereal beings born of smokeless fire, capable of shape-shifting and wielding great power. In the heat of the Sahara, where the sun reigned supreme during the day, they roamed unseen, often taking the form of animals that prowled the night. A sleek black panther could suddenly morph into a shadowy figure, its eyes glowing like embers, leaving villagers both enchanted and terrified. In the lush green valleys and thick jungles of Africa, stories of the jinn mingled with the legends of local spirits. The tales spoke of a creature known as the Ninki Nanka, a dragon-like serpent said to dwell in the waters, guarding hidden treasures. To some, it was a protector. To others, it was a harbinger of doom. This mythical beast was a perfect blend of Islamic and indigenous beliefs, a reflection of the fears and hopes imprinted on the hearts of those who lived close to nature. As night deepened, the storyteller recounted how, in the early days of trade, Islamic merchants carried not just goods, but stories and myths across the desert. These tales transformed, mingling with the rich tapestry of African mythology. With each trading caravan that ventured forth, a piece of the ancient Arab tales would find a home among the people of the land. The jinn became not just spirits of the unseen, but part of a broader narrative that encompassed the unique flora and fauna of the African continent. The listener's heart raced as the storyteller described the encounter between a wise old woman and a jinn masquerading as a majestic elephant. The jinn had come to test her courage and wisdom. She approached, trembling yet resolute, knowing the legends. Would she see the beast as a mere animal, or recognize the divine power hidden within? The air thickened with tension as the elephant's gaze met hers, a moment stretching into eternity, as if the universe held its breath. In this moment, religion and mythology intertwined, creating a rich landscape where animals took on meaning beyond their physical forms. The stories told of the lion, often a symbol of strength and royalty, morphing into a lioness guarding her cubs, embodying the fierce maternal spirit that resonated with countless mothers across the continent. The lion, bearing the echoes of Islamic guidance, became a protector, a guardian of harmony, reflecting the duality present in both African and Islamic thought. As dawn approached, the storyteller wove in tales of the Sankofa, a mythical bird that flew backward, symbolizing the importance of recalling one's roots. This creature, infused with the essence of both African and Islamic teachings, reminded the people to learn from the past, to honor their ancestors, and to embrace the lessons hidden in the shadows of history. Each beat of the heart echoed the wisdom of the old, where the past met the present in an embrace that could not be severed. In the quiet moments, as dawn's first light cast a golden hue over the desert, the listener could feel the presence of these creatures. They were not just figments of imagination, but vital symbols that spoke to the very soul of humanity. Every whisper of the wind seemed to carry the weight of their stories, begging to be told and retold, threading through generations, binding the hearts of those who listened. Yet it wasn't just the benevolent spirits that danced in this world. Darker tales lingered in the corners of the firelight, stories of betrayal and vengeance. A once mighty king, consumed by greed, became a raven, cursed to wander the skies for eternity, seeking redemption but finding only despair. This tale crossed boundaries, fusing Islamic principles of justice with African folklore's stark realism. The raven, a creature often misunderstood, became a symbol of lost potential, embodying both the beauty and tragedy of existence. The listener shivered, caught in the tension between hope and despair, beauty and fear. In this space, every creature born of myth seemed to echo the struggles of humanity, each story a reflection of a deeper truth. As the sun continued to rise, casting shadows long and wide, the jinn, the Ninki Nanka, the Sankofa, and the raven lived on, their stories woven into the very fabric of the earth, reminding all who listened of the connection between the mystical and the mundane. Suddenly, the crashing sound of hooves broke the morning stillness, heralding the arrival of a majestic herd of gazelles. These graceful beings, often associated with swiftness and freedom, were seen as messengers in both Islamic and African cultures. The storyteller's voice grew urgent, describing how these creatures carried tales of the unseen, reminding the people that they were always watched over by spirits, both good and wicked. With each leap and bound, the gazelles danced through the morning mist, their movements a prayer, a celebration of life that transcended earthly bounds. Yet, even as joy surged through the air, a sense of unease settled as the tale shifted. The horizon darkened, the air charged with electricity. Whispers of a monstrous creature, a hybrid of jinn and animal, loomed on the edge of the village's safety. This entity, born of fear and fury, slithered through the shadows, challenging all that was sacred. The clash between light and darkness, the ever-present battle between good and evil, hung in the balance. With every heartbeat, the stories felt more alive, intertwining with the souls of those who listened. The creatures, real or imagined, walked alongside humanity, echoing their desires, fears, and dreams. The air thickened with tension, a potent mix of anticipation and dread, as the storyteller prepared to unveil the next chapter. A chapter that promised to plunge deeper into the mystery of life itself, where every creature, every spirit, held the key to understanding the world in all its chaotic beauty and lurking shadows. The wind howled through the towering pines, carrying whispers of the past along the shores of the Great Lakes. The water shimmered under the fading light, a vast expanse of mystery that held stories of ancient beings and forgotten legends. Each wave that lapped against the rocky shoreline seemed to call out, begging to share its tales of wonder, terror, and awe. Long before boats dotted the surface and sunbathers lounged on the beaches, the indigenous peoples of this land spoke of creatures lurking beneath the waves. They told stories of water spirits that could change form, of giant beings that could capsize entire canoes with a mere flick of their tails. Among these legends, the most prominent was that of the Mishipeshu, a creature said to guard the waters and the lives of those who respect them. Heart-thumping, one could almost hear the echoes of the tribal drums, their rhythm a reminder of the sacredness of these waters. The Mishipeshu was not just a monster. It was a protector. To encounter it was both a blessing and a warning. Fishermen would tell tales of their boats shifting course as if guided by an unseen hand, and those who had seen the creature shared a bond that transcended mere words. It was said that Mishipeshu could appear as a massive cat with scales like a fish, eyes glowing like embers, and a voice that rumbled like thunder. Those who misused the lakes, who polluted its waters, would find their nets empty and their journeys perilous. The creature demanded respect, a deep understanding of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. As decades turned into centuries, the stories spread. European settlers arrived with their own tales of serpents and monsters, blending the indigenous lore with their own fears and fantasies. They spoke of the lake monster, a terrifying beast that lurked in the depths, waiting for the unwary. Rumors soared like the gulls overhead, each retelling growing taller than the last. Boats disappeared, fishermen vanished, and the lakes became shrouded in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the splash of a fish or the call of a loon. People would gather by the lakes at twilight, drawn to the water's edge, hoping for a glimpse of the creature that haunted their dreams. Children sat close to their parents, eyes wide with wonder and fear as the stories were shared around flickering campfires. The tales stirred something primal within them, igniting their imaginations while sending shivers down their spines. Was it just a story? Or was there something lurking just out of sight, watching and waiting? Despite the growing skepticism of the modern world, the legends persisted. The Great Lakes, with their vast expanses and hidden depths, became a tapestry woven with the threads of belief and folklore. Researchers ventured into the realm of science, seeking to explain the strange occurrences and sightings. Some insisted the waves had been caused by nothing more than logs floating in the water or mistaken identities of common wildlife. But deep down, a part of them longed to believe in the magic of the unknown. While the skeptics and believers clashed, one undeniable truth emerged. The lakes were in peril. Pollution crept in like an unwelcome fog, suffocating the life that once thrived in the crystalline waters. The fish that danced beneath the surface began to disappear, their habitats destroyed by human hands. The cries of the loons turned to mourning songs as they witnessed the slow decline of their home. The water spirits, once guardians of the lakes, seemed to retreat deeper into the shadows, leaving humanity to grapple with the consequences of neglect. Activists rose, fueled by the legends of old and the urgent need to protect the waters that had given life for centuries. They rallied, armed with the stories passed down through generations, using the myths as a rallying cry. "We cannot ignore the creatures that dwell beneath," they urged, "just as we cannot ignore the damage we are causing." The connection between humans and the lakes was palpable, a bond forged in the fires of tradition and respect. One crisp autumn day, a group of children, inspired by the tales of the Mishipeshu, decided to clean up a section of the shoreline. They filled bags with trash, their small hands working tirelessly as they laughed and shared their own versions of the monster's story. Each piece of litter they picked up was a tribute to the creature they believed still roamed the depths. As sunset painted the sky with hues of orange and purple, they gathered at the water's edge, hearts racing, as the gentle waves lapped against their feet. A sudden splash brought their attention to the surface. They froze, eyes wide as the water shimmered and rippled. For a brief moment, a dark shape moved beneath the surface, a fleeting glimpse of something extraordinary. Was it the Mishipeshu, or just a fish? The uncertainty electrified the air, igniting their imaginations. They whispered among themselves, their excitement palpable, each heart beating louder than the last. The moment passed, but the magic lingered. The children left the shoreline that day with a renewed sense of purpose, their laughter echoing back like a promise. They were determined to protect the lakes, not just for themselves, but for the creatures they believed still called it home. The legends lived on, fueling their passion and guiding their actions. And so the stories of the Great Lakes continued to weave through time, a delicate tapestry of hope, fear, and the unyielding spirit of the water. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the shore, the creatures of the lakes became more than just myths. They became a symbol of resilience and a call to action. The waves seemed to whisper secrets, as if beckoning the young guardians to remember, to respect, and to protect the sacred waters for generations to come. In the distance, the wind carried the soft sounds of a drumbeat, a reminder of the past and the enduring presence of those who came before. And as the moon rose high, the waters shimmered with possibility, the stories of the Great Lakes still waiting to be told. The wind gusted through the ancient trees, carrying whispers of age-old secrets that danced among the leaves. Each rustle was a conversation, a reminder that the forest was alive, not just with the heartbeat of nature, but with spirits that thrived in its shadows. Those who wandered here often felt the weight of unseen eyes upon them, a sensation that sent shivers down their spines. It was said that beneath the canopy, wise guardians roamed, protectors of tradition and nature, their presence felt in every rustling leaf and every gentle breeze. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the forest floor, the air thickened with enchantment. Old tales told of the spirits, ethereal beings that resembled the animals they protected, their forms shifting like the flickering light. Some were as small as a squirrel, darting playfully among the branches, while others towered like ancient oaks, their shadows stretching long into the twilight. Those who ventured into this sacred space often returned changed, their hearts heavy with the weight of what they had witnessed. Long ago, before steel and concrete claimed the land, the forest was a sanctuary for the people, a source of life and inspiration. The elders spoke of the spirits with reverence, passing down stories that shaped their traditions and beliefs. Children listened wide-eyed as they cuddled close to the warmth of the fire, the flickering flames illuminating the faces of those who shared the tales. It was a time when respect for nature was woven into every fabric of life, where the spirits were honored through rituals designed to ensure harmony between mankind and the wild. On the eve of the harvest moon, the villagers gathered at the edge of the forest, their hearts racing with anticipation. The night was thick with magic, the air tinged with the scent of earth and impending rain. They wore garlands of wildflowers, symbols of gratitude for the bounty the forest had provided. As they lit the bonfire, sparks flew into the night sky, mingling with the stars that watched like ancient guardians themselves. The drumming began, a steady heartbeat echoing through the woods, inviting the spirits to join the celebration. But that night felt different. An electric tension hung in the air, as if the very spirits themselves were restless. The villagers felt it, a pulse of unease that simmered beneath the surface of their joyous gathering. As the flames danced and flickered, shadows began to shift along the edges of the clearing. The wind howled, carrying a voice that seemed to call out, urging them to remember what was at stake. The elders exchanged knowing glances, their brows furrowed with concern. They whispered of a time when harmony had been disrupted, when greed and ambition threatened the fragile balance between man and nature. They spoke of a spirit, once a protector, now vengeful, fueled by the scars left by those who had forgotten the old ways. An eerie chill swept through the crowd. Was it merely the wind, or was it the spirit warning them? Then, like a flash of lightning, a figure emerged from the trees. It was a majestic stag, its antlers crowned with shimmering leaves, an embodiment of the forest itself. The villagers gasped, hearts pounding in their chests. This was no ordinary creature. It radiated an energy that pulsed with both beauty and danger. The stag stood still, surveying the crowd with eyes that held centuries of wisdom and sorrow. The air crackled with tension, a reminder of what had been lost and what still hung in the balance. The presence of the stag drew closer, its gaze piercing through the veil of fear that had settled over the gathering. Suddenly, the drumming ceased, and silence blanketed the forest. The villagers held their breath, caught in a moment that felt both timeless and fragile. The spirit of the forest had arrived, and its message was clear: respect and restore the balance, or face the consequences. As the moon reached its zenith, the villagers felt a change in the atmosphere. The stag turned, leading them deeper into the forest, its hooves gliding over the earth as if it were part of the very soil. The trees loomed taller here, their trunks thick and twisted, branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Shadows flickered in the moonlight, revealing glimpses of other spirits, shimmering figures of wolves and bears, ethereal forms that beckoned them forward. A chorus of whispers began to rise, an ancient chant that resonated in the air, vibrating through the bones of the earth. The spirits were speaking, calling for unity, urging the villagers to remember their connection to the land. The tales of old echoed in their minds, stories of respect, gratitude, and a pledge to protect that which nourished their souls. But just as hope ignited in their hearts, a low growl rumbled from the depths of the forest. A darkness stirred, a reminder of the dangers that lurked when the balance was disturbed. The air crackled, thick with tension as the villagers faced the reality of their choices. They had come to celebrate, but now they found themselves on the precipice of a reckoning that would determine their fate and that of the spirits they so deeply cherished. In that moment, with the spirits watching closely, they knew they could not turn back. They had to confront the past, to make amends not just with the spirits of the forest, but with themselves, recognizing their role as guardians of nature, bound by a promise that transcended time. The weight of the forest's history pressed down upon them. A reminder that the spirits were not just legends, they were part of their very existence. Fingers trembled as the villagers raised their hands to the stag, a gesture of respect and supplication. They understood then the gravity of their actions, that the spirits were not merely protectors but reflections of their own choices. The forest breathed in, and with it came a wave of emotions: regret, hope, determination, a surge that pulsed like the heartbeat of the earth itself. As the shadows danced around them, the moonlight illuminated a path forward. The villagers felt a surge of courage, their hearts ignited with a shared resolve. They would honor the traditions that had been passed down, but they would also forge a new path, one that recognized the spirits as allies rather than adversaries. Together, they stepped deeper into the embrace of the forest, ready to confront the darkness and reclaim the harmony that had once flourished among the trees. The spirits were waiting, their hearts intertwined with the stories yet to be written, and in that moment, the saga of the forest began anew, a testament to resilience and the enduring bond between humankind and the guardians of nature. In a dimly lit room, the whispers of ancestors weave through the air like a cool breeze on a hot afternoon. Young children huddle around a flickering fire, their eyes wide with wonder as an elder's voice rises and falls, stitching together tales of mythical creatures that dance through the fabric of their culture. A soft rustle echoes from the shadows, a reminder that these beings, whether in flesh or spirit, are never too far from their reality. Lurking in the corners of the contemporary world, the legacy of mythical creatures breathes life into the hearts of those who remember. The stories shared among families speak of the Mbembe, a creature said to inhabit the rivers of the Congo. This enormous beast, akin to a dinosaur, raises both dread and excitement. Fishermen cast their nets with a mix of hope and fear, wondering if today will be the day the ancient Leviathan reveals itself. The creature symbolizes not just the mystery of nature but also the connection between man and the wild. Children whispered tales of it to one another, their imaginations ignited by the thought of such magic lurking in their day-to-day lives. Further south, the legend of the Tokoloshi captures the imagination. Small but vicious, this impish creature is said to sneak into homes at night, stirring mischief and mayhem. In small towns and sprawling cities alike, parents warn their children to behave, lest the Tokolosha come for them. Yet, beneath the surface of fear lies an understanding, a bond woven tightly into the fabric of societal norms. The creature embodies the consequences of mischief, and in a world filled with challenges, it serves as a poignant reminder of accountability. The streets pulse with laughter and whispered fears, where shadows dance playfully in the light of the moon, forever intertwined with the Tokolosha's legacy. As twilight falls, the stories of the Shaneks roll off the tongues of the elders in Mexico, but echo in the hearts of many across Africa too. These are the spirits of the forest, guardians of nature, mischievous yet protective. The Shaneks are said to lead lost travelers astray or help those who are respectful of the environment. They navigate through the dense foliage, teaching lessons of balance and harmony with the earth. Children learn to respect their surroundings, for the Shanekes remind them that every tree, every stream, holds a spirit worth honoring. In the modern hustle of cities like Lagos and Nairobi, the echoes of these creatures persist. Artists and musicians draw inspiration from the mythical, crafting songs that speak to both the past and the present. Graffiti sprawls across walls, depicting vibrant interpretations of these creatures, their stories leaping from the canvas and into the minds of passers-by. The lyrics of popular songs resonate with tales of love and loss tied to the creatures of legend, creating a bridge between generations. The mythical becomes a part of the contemporary, a source of pride and identity in a world that sometimes feels disconnected from its roots. Yet, the legacy of these beings is not solely confined to the realm of stories. In rural areas, festivals dedicated to mythical creatures continue to thrive. Dancers adorn themselves in intricate costumes, transforming into the very beings they celebrate. The vibrant colors and rhythmic movements create an atmosphere that is electric, a palpable energy coursing through the crowd. Elders and young alike partake in rituals that honor their ancestors, invoking the spirits of those who walked before them. In these moments, the past and present coalesce, reinforcing the idea that these creatures are not merely relics of a forgotten time, but vital parts of their cultural fabric. Even in the world of social media, the mythical finds a home. TikTok challenges and Instagram posts ripple through communities, with young people sharing their interpretations of these creatures. Hashtags like Shiku, Moku, MBMB. Challenge, or Shiku Tokoloshi Tales Trend, igniting conversations that span distances and generations. The blending of old and new fosters a communal spirit, instilling a sense of pride in their heritage. Stories once told around a flickering fire now light up screens, captivating an audience hungry for connection. But with the rise of technology comes a shadow. As traditional practices fade, the fear of losing these rich narratives looms. Cities grow larger, and the natural world recedes, threatening the sacred sites where these creatures are said to dwell. The elders' voices tremble with urgency, reminding the youth of the stories that shaped their ancestors. The legacy of these mythical beings is fragile, standing at the precipice of oblivion, yet pulsing with life in every whispered tale, every festival, and every piece of art. Sometimes, during the quiet moments of reflection, the line between reality and myth blurs. A rustle in the bushes at twilight might just be the wind, or it could be the playful Shanek, watching, waiting for the right moment to teach another lesson in humility and respect. Parents tell their children that the Tokoloshi is always near, perhaps a way to instill caution, but also a reminder that the essence of the creature is interwoven with love and protection. The community rallies together, finding strength in the narratives that bind them as they pass down secrets and stories that refuse to fade. In this vibrant tapestry of culture, the legacy of mythical creatures rises and falls like the heartbeat of Africa itself. They serve as guardians of tradition, reminders of the interconnectedness of life, and symbols of resilience. As the fire crackles and the tales unfold, the night envelops the young listeners, their world ignited with possibility. The stories are alive, pulsing with energy, urging the next generation to carry them forward, to keep the magic alive, one whispered legend at a time. In the shadows, the creatures wait, knowing their time will come again, eager to inspire and guide, forever woven into the essence of contemporary African society. In a small village under the watchful gaze of ancient baobab trees, the air trembles with whispered stories, tales handed down through generations. The night is alive with the sound of drums, reverberating like a heartbeat, calling forth the spirits of the ancestors. Each beat pulses with the power of protection, a legacy rich with magic and meaning. Here, legends are not just stories. They are lifelines, safeguarding the community against unseen forces, both good and malevolent. Beneath the star-studded sky, an elder named Abena sits by the fire, her gnarled hands cradling a bright red clay pot. The villagers gather around, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, eager for her words, words that dance like the shadows cast upon the ground. With each tale, Abena weaves a tapestry of history, where every thread is imbued with the teachings of the past. A rich blend of myth and morality, cautionary tales that hold the power to protect their very souls. She begins with the story of the Adinkra symbols, sacred signs that carry profound meanings, offering guidance and wisdom. Each symbol, she explains, is a guardian in its own right. The Fawohodi symbolizes independence and freedom, a reminder that they control their destiny. As she speaks, the villagers feel a warmth in their hearts, a rekindling of hope and pride. But there's a deeper current beneath her words, a warning to remember the balance between strength and humility. Suddenly, she shifts to the tale of the Anansi spider, the clever trickster who outwits even the most formidable foes. Anansi, Abena explains, represents resilience and cunning, teaching them that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in brute force but in the quickness of one's mind. The laughter that erupts from the crowd is infectious, but it is laced with an undercurrent of tension, a reminder that the world outside their village is fraught with danger. The elders know that as the legends of protection are shared, so too must the essence of these tales be preserved, passed from one generation to the next. They grasp the gravity of their role as guardians of culture, realizing that the future of their mythology rests in their ability to adapt and innovate while remaining true to their roots. Every story told this night is a beacon against the darkness, a promise that their ancestors will always be with them. As the night deepens, Abena recounts the legend of the powerful river spirit, Mami Wata. With her flowing hair and glistening scales, Mami Wata embodies the dual nature of existence, beauty and danger intertwined. She is both a nurturing mother and a fearsome protector of her domain. Tales of her gifts, fertility, love, and prosperity are balanced by the caution that her wrath can be swift and unforgiving. The villagers feel a chill as they absorb her lessons. Respect for the natural world is paramount, a theme that is echoed throughout their history. Outside the rhythm of the fire, the sounds of the jungle begin to creep in, a reminder of the wildness that still exists beyond their tranquil village. The wind carries a whisper of uncertainty, as if the spirits are warning them. But Abena's voice rises, confident and steady, wrapping around them like a warm blanket. She knows the legends hold power, not just as stories but as living entities that breathe life into their community. The children, eyes wide with wonder, cling to their parents, their imaginations ignited. They envision themselves as brave warriors, clever tricksters, and wise elders ready to take on the world. But as Abena speaks, she doesn't shy away from the truth. She knows they must face challenges that lie ahead, both known and unknown. The legends of protection are a shield, but they must also be a sword, empowering them to forge their own paths while honoring the past. As the fire crackles, Abena's voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. She shares a secret known only to the elders, a forgotten tale, passed down in hushed tones. It speaks of a hidden amulet, said to contain the spirit of a great warrior, a guardian who fought against the shadows threatening their land. This amulet is believed to grant immense protection to the one who possesses it. The villagers lean in closer, captivated, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Are they to embark on a quest for this ancient relic? The air is thick with possibility, a spark igniting dreams of adventure and bravery. But as the excitement builds, a heavy silence falls. The reality of the world outside their village looms large. Change is relentless, and the threads of their mythology fray against the harsh realities of modernity. The stories risk being lost to time, overshadowed by rapid globalization and the influence of foreign cultures. Abena's eyes flicker with concern. She sees the youth distracted by screens, their connection to the past growing tenuous. How do they keep these legends alive, vibrant and relevant in a world that threatens to drown them out. The tension in the air thickens as the villagers wrestle with the weight of preservation. They know they must adapt, to innovate while honoring tradition. Abena's heart aches at the thought of their beloved legends fading, like wisps of smoke disappearing into the night sky. Yet she also understands that within this challenge lies an opportunity, a chance to weave the stories into the very fabric of their changing world. The legends can thrive, evolve, and protect them in new ways, connecting past and future in a continuous cycle of life. As the final embers of the fire flicker, she feels a surge of hope. The legends, after all, are not just relics of the past. They are living, breathing entities that adapt with time. The village stands at a crossroads where the old meets the new, and the stories can become bridges to a future filled with promise. With that spark of determination ignited, Abena raises her voice once more, calling upon the spirits of the ancestors and beckoning the villagers to remember their purpose. The fire crackles, and the drums beat on, carrying their ancestors' spirits into the night. In that moment, a powerful realization emerges, a collective commitment to preserving the legends of protection, ensuring they endure for generations to come. Each tale shared tonight becomes a thread woven into the rich tapestry of life, binding the community in a shared experience, a promise to protect what is sacred. In the flickering shadows, a silence falls, pregnant with possibility. The stories of protection are alive, pulsating, intertwining with the hopes and dreams of those who dare to believe. And just as the dawn begins to creep upon the horizon, the villagers sense that this is only the beginning of a new chapter in their timeless narrative. The legends will continue to thrive, shaping their identity and guiding them forward into a world that is ever-changing, yet deeply rooted in the sacred soil of their ancestors.